We've never been there.
That's a technical term, right?
Okay. Thank you. Good morning. I'd like to call the meeting to order at 9:01. And I'm verbally confirming that all members are present and we have a quorum. And we also have the CAO, the clerk, I guess the deputy clerk.
Yeah.
Director of Development Services, Environmental Sustainability, and other members of staff are present. And the chair is to advise that the public input on the agenda was invited through email to the township chair to read the public notice. Today's meeting is being live streamed and recorded on the Township of Muskoka Lakes website and YouTube channel. By participating in the open public meeting today, you are consenting to your image, voice, and comments being recorded and posted online. And we have a supplementary agenda. Scott Young will be taking part in the application today. And that'll be on 14A, Muskoka Conservatory. And are there any closures of pecuniary interests? Yes.
Sorry, I don't have the number in front of me, but it's zip estates for employment reasons.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. Now speaking times. Invited delegation, those who registered to speak prior to the posting of the agenda will have 5 minutes to speak. Those wishing to speak during one of the legislative public meetings pursuant to Planning Act 5. Planning Act, those who wish to provide public comments on any meeting agenda item other than those legislative public meetings must register and speak by 9 a.m. on the Tuesday prior to the meeting, and they will be included in the supplementary agenda for the planning committee meeting. Public comments are permitted, 5 minutes to speak. Pre-registration is required. For the public meeting, the planner will introduce the application. The applicant or applicant's agent will speak. Those who support the application, those in opposition to the application, and rebut by the applicant or applicant's agent. And then the committee will ask questions. And motions. The motions have been pre-populated with random movers and seconders to expedite the meeting. The members shall physically raise their hand until the chair has confirmed the vote. If the vote is unclear, a verbal vote will be recorded by the clerk. This is not considered a recorded vote. Thank you. And the first application is 2023-179 B/36/23 ML and ZBA 2623, and that is 2206733 Ontario Inc. And that'll be Ms. Walker.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Chair Edwards. The first applications to be heard are B/36/23 ML and zoning bylaw amendment ZBA-26/23 bylaw 2023-0108 in the name of 2206722 Ontario Limited. The subject property is known municipally as 3051 Highway 141. Excuse me. I would direct committee's attention to the submitted site plan starting on page 17 of the agenda package, and it's also on the screen in front of you today. The purpose and effect of the application is summarized as follows. An application has been submitted to sever a portion of the subject property and add it to the abutting lot. The applicant is also proposing to rezone the severed lot from rural commercial tent and trailer RUC3 to rural commercial rural RUC1. Notice of this public meeting under the Planning Act was circulated 22 days in advance, and 4 submissions have been received to date. Comments have been received from Nick Snyder, the township's chief building official, Tim Sopko, the township's public works technician, Sandy Boss, township building inspector, and Hydro One. These comments were all circulated to committee prior to today's meeting and can be read in full at the request of committee. I've prepared a detailed planning report for committee's consideration. Staff have recommended that consent application B/36/23ML be approved subject to the standard conditions of consent, which are listed in detail in the staff report, and that zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA-2623 bylaw 2023-0108 be approved. Thank you, and I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
I don't think we're hearing anything.
Okay, as the agent here,
Hi, I'm Nancy Harris-Her from Telek Engineering. I'm acting agent for the owners. It's pretty straightforward. There is a well and a fenced-in area that you can see in the photograph that was up there on the screen. And basically, they would like to do a lot addition from the trailer park to the gas station and restaurant in the dwelling to include the well that actually services the gas station and the dwelling there. So this is just so that if in the future they wish to sell one or the other, everything is all cleaned up and there's nothing to deal with.
okay, thank you. Could we have your name, address, and postal code, please?
It's Nancy Harris-Her from Telek Engineering, 5 Sigwin Street, Perry Sound.
And do you have your postal code there?
Oh, sorry, P2A 1A9.
Thank you very much.
Mhm.
Is there anyone else here wishing to speak in support of this application? Anyone in opposition to this application? Other questions from the members? Seeing none, I'll read the resolution. Excuse me. Moved by Councillor McIntyre, second by Councillor Burry. Be it resolved, the planning committee recommend to the township council that consent application B/3623ML, and that is 22067333 Ontario Inc. Roll number 2-26-112-01 be approved, subject to the following conditions. 1, that a satisfactory registrable description deed of the separate lot, together with any required right-of-way or easements, be submitted to the township, along with a registered copy of the reference plan. 2, that a legal undertaking be submitted by the acting solicitor, which confirms that the severed lot will merge in title to the benefiting lot upon registration of the transfers/deeds, which may include canceling consent if necessary. 3, that confirmation be received that the province and or the township of Muskoka Lakes is satisfied with the resultant lots are satisfactory for on-site sewage disposal, and that any problems identified with the existing sewage system be corrected to the satisfaction of the MECP and or the township. And 4, that zoning bylaw amendments to rezone the severed lot from RUC3 to RUC1 be approved, and that subsection 3 of section 50 of the Planning Act applies to any subsequent conveyance. Any questions or comments? All those in favor? That is carried.
Thank you very much.
And moved by Councillor Kent, sent by Councillor Roberts. Be it resolved that planning committee recommend to township council and that zoning bylaw amendment ZBA 2623 bylaw 2023/108. That's 2206-733 Ontario Inc. Roll number 2/26/112/03 be approved. Any questions or comments? All those in favor? That's carried. And the next application is B 394023 ML and ZBA 2923 Umphrey, and that is Ms. Crowder.
Thank you, Chair Edwards. The next applications to be heard are concurrent consent application B 394023 ML and zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 2923 in the name of Umphrey and Brian Umphrey Contracting Limited. The subject lands are known municipally as 8216 Lake Joseph Road, Unit 6, and an unassigned municipal address. I would direct committee's attention to the submitted consent sketch on page 40 of the agenda package. The purpose and effect of consent application B 3923 ML is to sever a portion of the subject property abutting Muskoka Road 169 and to add it to the abutting lot to the north. I would direct committee's attention to the second submitted consent sketch on page 41 of the agenda package. The purpose and effect of consent application B 4023 ML is to sever a portion of the subject property abutting Lake Joseph and to add it to the abutting lot to the south, correcting an encroachment. Lastly, I would direct committee's attention to the submitted rezoning sketch on page 42 of the agenda package. The purpose and effect of zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 2923 is to rezone severed lot 1 from rural commercial rural RUC1 to waterfront residential WR4 and to rezone severed lot 2 from waterfront residential WR4 to rural commercial rural RUC1. The applications constitute a reconfiguration of common lot lines. No new lots are being created. Notice of this public meeting under the Planning Act was circulated 22 days in advance of this meeting, and 4 comments have been received to date. Comments were received from Nick Snyder, the Township's Chief Building Official, and Hydro One, both stating no objection to the applications. Comments were received from Tim Sopko, the Township's Public Works Technician, stating that confirmation should be received that the current legal access for all properties using the right-of-way remains unchanged. If approved, the buildings on benefiting lot 2 and severed lot 2 should be assigned their own civic address. Comments were received from Sandy Boss, the Township Septic Inspector, stating that resultant lot 1 has ample room for a replacement system and that resultant lot 2 has ample area for an on-site sewage system. Staff have prepared a detailed report for committee's consideration and have recommended that consent applications B 394023 ML, Umphrey and Brian Umphrey Contracting Limited be approved, subject to standard conditions of consent, and that zoning bylaw amendment application be approved to rezone severed lot 1 to WR4 and severed lot 2 to RUC1, and that an as-built portion of dock on retained lot 2 be removed. Staff have further recommended that zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 2923, bylaw 2023-117 be approved. Staff have no further comments at this time and are happy to answer any questions from committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Crowder. And I believe we have the owner and the agent as well. The agent would like to speak. Okay, thank you.
Hi, I'm Chris Umphrey, Brian Umphrey's son.
Okay, you can go ahead. We need your name, address, and postal code, please.
It's Chris Umphrey, we're 8224 Lake Joseph Road, POC 1HO. That's it.
Can you turn your camera on if possible?
Sure, if I. Sorry,
Thank
there you go.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
So, what do you need now? You need my address and stuff still?
I think we got your address. You can give it and that again if you like.
You're good.
So I realize there's a portion of the dock that needs to be removed, and we're happy to remove that portion of the dock at this point. So,
Okay. Anything else you'd like to say?
I think I'm good.
Okay, you're good. Okay, that's fine. Is there anyone else here wishing to speak in support? Anyone in opposition? Are there questions from the members? No, seeing none. Moved by Councilor Nishikawa, second by Councilor Mazin. Be it resolved, the Planning Committee recommend to the Township Council that consent application be 394023 ML Umphrey and Brian Umphrey Contracting Limited Roll number 4-8-007-01 and 4-8007-03 be approved, subject to the following conditions. 1, that a satisfactory registrable description deed of the separate lots, together with required right-of-ways or easements, be submitted to the township, along with a registered copy of the reference plan. 2, that a legal undertaking be submitted by the acting solicitor, which confirms that the separate lots will merge in title to the benefiting lots upon registration of the transfer/deeds, which may include cancellation of the consent if necessary. As subsection 3 of section 50 of the Planning Act applies to any subsequent conveyance, and that confirmation be received that the township is satisfied that the resultant lots are satisfactory for on-site sewage disposal, that any problems identified with the existing sewage system be corrected to the satisfaction of the township, that a zoning bylaw amendment application be approved to rezone separate lot 1 to waterfront residential WR4 and separate lot 2 to rural commercial, rural, that's RUC1, and that the as-built portion of a dock on the retained lot be removed. Any questions or comments? All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. And moved by Councillor Burry, second by Councillor Zavitz. Be it resolved that Planning Committee recommend to Township Council that zoning bylaw amendment ZB 829/23 bylaw 2023-117 Umphrey and Brian Umphrey roll 4-8-007-01 and 4-8-007-3 be approved. Any questions or comments? All those in favor? That is carried. Okay. And the next application is ZBA 2723, Loudon and Coleman. And that'll be Ms. Walker.
Thank you very much, Chair Edwards. My computer seems to be having some issues, so I apologize if this cuts out. The next application to be heard is zoning bylaw amendment ZBA 27/23, bylaw 2023-112 in the name of Loudon and Coleman. The subject property is known municipally as 1119 Campbell's Road, Unit 2. I direct committee's attention to the submitted site plan starting on page 61 of the agenda package and to the site plan on the screen in front of you. The applicant is proposing to construct a two-story boathouse on a lot with less than 300 feet of frontage, to construct a dock that will result in 78 feet of cumulative width where 70 feet is permitted, and to convert an existing land-based sleeping cabin to a storage building 25 feet from the high water mark where 66 feet is required. Notice of this public meeting under the Planning Act was circulated 20 days in advance and 6 submissions have been received to date. The comments are summarized as follows. Comments have been received from Tim Sobko, the township's public works technician, Nick Snyder, the township's chief building official. Letters of support have also been submitted by Edwin Campbell, neighboring property owner to the north, John Brave, area property owner, Lisa Grogan Green, Kevin Green, Pamela Taylor, and Sherry Grogan, neighboring property owners to the south, and Tom and Lori Campbell, neighboring property owners to the east. These comments were all circulated to committee prior to today's meeting and can be read in full at the request to committee. After comments were circulated, a letter was submitted by Leslie Gratwick Wheeler, an area property owner. The letter states that they do not object to the 3 amendments requested and appreciate the effort to incorporate some design elements of the original boathouse. I'm happy to read the letter in full at the requested committee. I prepared a detailed planning report for committee's consideration. Staff have recommended that ZBA 2723, bylaw 2023-112, Loudon and Coleman be approved subject to the following. A minor amendment to update Schedule 2 to indicate that the existing sleeping cabin is to be converted to a storage building, and that site plan control bylaw be passed in which the proposed development be made subject to a site plan agreement to implement the recommendations of the fish habitat assessment completed by Beacon Environmental dated September 20th, 2023. I have no further comments, but I'm happy to assist with any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I believe we have the agent here as well as the owner.
Yes, that's correct. Good morning, Chair Edwards, members of Planning Committee. Stephen Fauner, Northern Vision Planning Limited, 109 Meadow Heights Drive, Bracebridge, Ontario, P1L1A4. And I'm here today representing Jeff Loudon, who is present as well, and Colleen Coleman. Again, this is an application I think is outlined mostly regarding the boathouse and secondarily regarding conversion to a storage building. And I'd like to thank staff for their positive report. I do have a PowerPoint presentation, if that could be just put up. I actually didn't realize how many letters were in support, and there were more than I thought. So that's certainly a good thing. The other is we do have a fish habitat study in support of the application as well. Thank you. Go ahead next. I think we have a pretty good idea what the proposal is. Again, the actual shoreline frontage in this case is 450 feet, whereas the bylaw frontage measures at 280 feet. This property represents a point of land, and quite frankly, the way the bylaw does frontage, you do get gypped in a case like this. Next. So this is the overall site plan, and the building that is labeled as Bunkie will be converted to a storage building. That building is immediately to the north of the dwelling. Next. And this is a close-up showing the proposed boathouse. It's a 2-slip boathouse plus a boat port. Next. And this is just showing the dock layout in detail. Next. And this is the boathouse as seen from the southwest where the 2 slips will open up. So to me, this is somewhat of a traditional design, maybe more traditional than what we're seeing in recent years. Next. And this is facing west or northwest. And I just want to point out here that the actual boathouse width in this case is only 30.5 feet, which is actually narrower than the 36 feet where the slips are. And then we have the boat port added on to that. And again, a traditional view, this has a shed dormer. And I think staff has indicated that they don't feel that the structure dominates the natural environment, and I would tend to agree with that. Next. So these are pictures that I took in the winter. This is the rear of the dwelling and showing the garage. Next. And this is just taken from the swim dock back towards the dwelling. You can see the property is heavily vegetated outside of the immediate dwelling cleared area. Next. And this is the small bunkie that's to be converted to a storage building. And you can see to the left of that, there's an excellent shoreline buffer. Next. And this shows down that shoreline, again, the buffer. It's a very thick buffer. This extends back to the existing bunkie. Next. And this is just showing the swim dock from the land. Next. And this is the boathouse as I saw it at that particular time. Certainly the status of this has changed a bit. I'll show a photo in a moment. It's currently a 2-story boathouse with storage above. Next. And this is taken from the water at that particular time. That was early this year. I got off the ice pretty quick. It started cracking when I was out there, so I made it back to shore. Next. This is taken out on the water, and this is the neighboring boathouse. I'm out actually in front of the proposed boathouse quite a ways, and this is the neighboring boathouse to the southwest, and these people did write in a letter of support. Next. This is the boathouse now. This was subject to a boating accident. This was around the end of September. Unfortunately, somebody went a little wayward off the channel and ended up in Mr. Loudon's boathouse. So obviously it's something that this has to be removed immediately. Next. So in terms of planning analysis, again, the expansion is away from the closest side yard, which is the people immediately to the southwest. And they have no objections to the application. I have detailed going through the criteria of the official plan in my planning justification report, and I won't go through that
Bonnie,
today.
you have about 30 seconds left.
Okay, go ahead next. Let's just go right to the conclusions next. Well, these are other 2-story boathouses in the area directly across, so it's this will be compatible. Next. 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 So in terms of summary, then the proposed 2-story boathouse replaces an existing 2-story boathouse in poor condition. The bulk of the enlarged boat port and boathouse is away from the neighbors to the south. The property has 450 feet of actual shoreline frontage. There are 2-story boathouses in the area, and the setback to the converted building is not changing, and nor will that building change at all either, except to convert it to storage. So I'm here to answer any questions, and I hope that the committee can see their way through to an approval today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fawner. Is there anyone else here wishing to speak on this?
We do have Jeff Loudon.
Would they like to say anything? They're welcome to.
Oh, hi, good morning. I just thank you very much for considering the application. And if anybody has any questions, I'm here to answer those as best I can. Thanks.
And we need your name, address, and postal code, please.
Yes, it's Toronto address is 21 Sunny Lee, that's SUNNYLEA, Avenue West, excuse me, Etobicoke, M8Y 2J6.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, then. Is there anyone else here who to speak in support? Anyone in opposition? Are there questions from the members? Seeing none. Moved by Councillor Burry, second by Councillor Kent. Excuse me. Be it resolved, the planning committee recommend to Township Council that zoning bylaw amendment ZBA 27/23 bylaw 2023 112 Logan and Coleman roll 4-19-041-01 be approved, subject to the following minor amendments. To update Schedule 2 to indicate the existing sleeping cabin is to be converted to a storage building, and that site plan control be passed in which the proposed development is made subject to site plan control to implement the recommendations of the fish hatchery assessment completed by Beacon Environmental dated September 20th, 2023. Any questions or comments? All those in favor? That is carried.
Thank you, committee, and I guess I will see you later. Thank you.
And the next application is ZBA 2823 Howard, and that is Ms. Crowder.
Thank you, Chair Edwards. The next application to be heard is zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 2823 in the name of Howarth. The subject lands are known municipally as 1403 Falkenberg Road. I would direct committee's attention to the submitted site plan on page 141 of the agenda package. The purpose and effect of the application is to permit a motor vehicle repair establishment as an accessory use on the subject property to be located within an existing building. A motor vehicle repair establishment, as it specifically relates to the subject lands, shall be defined as follows: a building in which servicing, repair, cleaning, polishing, and lubricating of motor vehicles is executed or performed. The submitted zoning sketch on page 140 of the agenda package illustrates the existing zoning on the subject lands, being Rural Area 3 RU1 and Environmental Protection EP1. Notice of this public meeting under the Planning Act was circulated 20 days in advance of this meeting, and 2 comments have been received to date. Comments were received from Nick Snyder, the Township's Chief Building Official, stating that the Ontario Building Code requirements will apply to the repair shop at the time of the building permit application. Comments were also received from Tim Sopko, the Township's Public Works Technician, stating no objection to the application. Staff have prepared a detailed report for committee's consideration and have recommended that the application be approved. I have no further comments at this time, and I'm happy to answer any questions from committee.
Thank you very much. And do we have the owners or agent here? I believe it's the owners.
Hi, my name's Jamie Howarth, 1403 Falkenberg Road, Bracebridge, Ontario, P1L 1X4. I'd just like to thank everyone here today for my future considerations of my amendment. I just want to make note that this is a very small repair shop. This is just myself and the one bay shop that you could see in the background. It's been a long time dream of mine to have a home-based business and work from home. I've been a licensed mechanic for 28 years and an active hobbyist, and it would just be a great honor to come home and have a home-based business here at my residence. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in support? Anyone in opposition? Questions from the members? Yes.
I just had one question. Thank you probably for the owner, which was, I realize it's a very small operation. I don't have any concerns with that. I was just wondering, because I see the EP1 area, whether there were any plans you'd made for disposal, like, for example, if you did somebody's oil change, where do you put the stuff? Like you got to be governed by some of the environmental rules. And I was wondering what you had in mind to deal with that.
So for any sort of waste oil or anything like that, I would have a contract with GFL, and all waste oil goes into a container, and they will come and pump it out and take it away. Also, they have containers for the oil filters they take and recycle. Any oil containers, anything like that, they also come and pick up and recycle.
Thank you. Anyone else? Question? Read the resolution. Moved by Mayor Kelly, second by Council Roberts. Be it resolved, the Planning Committee recommend to Township Council that zoning bylaw amendment ZBA 28/23 bylaw 2023-113 with roll number 9-7-044 be approved. Any questions or comments? All those in favor? That is carried.
Sorry, Chair, you missed Councillor Bosenworth had his hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No question, no comment, other than to wish the applicant the best of luck in his new business.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next application is ZBA 3023, and that's Burrows and Steel, and that is Ms. Crowder.
Sorry, I'm just getting the PowerPoint set up. Thank you, Chair Edwards. The next application to be heard is zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 3023 in the names of Burrows and Steel. The subject lands are known municipally as 2867 Muskoka Road 118 West, units 11 and 13. I would direct committee's attention to the submitted zoning sketch on page 163 of the agenda package. The purpose and effect of the application is to construct a sleeping cabin within the required front yard setback and to recognize an as-built sun shelter which exceeds the permitted shoreline structure width. Notice of this public meeting under the Planning Act was circulated 21 days in advance of this meeting, and 7 comments have been received to date. Comments were received from Nick Snyder, the Township's Chief Building Official, Tim Sopko, the Township's Public Works Technician, and the District of Muskoka's Planning Department, all stating no objection to the application. Comments were received from Douglas Holland, the Township's Fire Prevention Officer, providing information regarding fire response times to the property, encouraging consultation with the fire department pre-construction, and advising that consideration should be given when landscaping to include fire-resistant plants and materials to help prevent the spread of wildfires. Notice of this, oh, sorry. 2 additional comments were received following the circulation of comments to committee. The first was an email to the property owner from Danielle Singer Rainey, a budding property owner to the north, expressing support for the issuance of a building permit for the sleeping cabin. The second comment was an email to the property owner from John Hanser, a budding property owner to the south, stating that they have no concerns with the proposal for the sleeping cabin. Staff have prepared a detailed report for committee's consideration and have recommended that the application be approved, subject to third reading being withheld until such time as the shed identified on the submitted site plan, which is in use as a sleeping cabin, be removed as intended or brought into zoning compliance, and the enclosure siding on the side of the as-built sun shelter is removed. Staff have no further comments at this time and are happy to assist committee with any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Crowder. And I believe we have the agent and the owners here.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, members of Planning Committee and staff. Stefan Sherbach, planner with Plantscape Inc., 104 Kimberley Avenue in Bracebridge. Our clients, Mr. David Steele and Ms. Rebecca Burrows, they may be online. If not, they send their regrets. Perhaps just to start, I've reviewed the staff report in front of you and happy to say that we're completely aligned with the policy analysis and overall recommendations with respect to this application and specifically the sleeping cabin. It's rather a unique lot with some challenging slopes on the property. As shown on the plans, there's clearly a lot of stairs and even a few switchbacks to access the property, showing the impact of these slopes. I'd like to reiterate the following points just for your consideration today. Number one, the property was at one point 2 developed and undersized properties that have since merged. The proposed sleeping cabin is going to be located in the same place where the former dwelling was located. It's going to be built on a existing cleared bedrock area, which is clearly evident in the photos contained in the report. The proposed location will avoid further unnecessary site alteration and tree removal on the property. Your official plan does consider a reduced setback where site constraints exist, and staff have also pointed that out. All other zoning related provisions will be met in relation to this proposal. And in relation to the sun shelter, the owners have no issue with removing the shutters from the one side. They're happy to do that. They purchased the property not too long ago with these structures in place, and here we are dealing with these non-complying situations. As noted by Ms. Crowder, the 2 immediate neighbors are fully supportive of the application, including the neighbor adjacent to the sun shelter. So that structure's been there for a while. It's forming part of the shoreline, and they have no concerns with the application. Finally, just a point of clarification. I didn't hear Ms. Crowder mention if this was subject to site plan. Is this part of the recommendation, or perhaps just a clarification? Because if it's not, then I don't need to carry on. Mr. Chair, if I may ask that question before I carry on, please.
Yes. Ms. Crowder, answer that.
Thank you. Through you, Chair Edwards. Yes, I'm just confirming the zoning here. Yes, it would be subject to site plan control. The development of the sleeping cabin would automatically trigger that.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm almost finished. If I may just sort of speak to that requirement. Again, they have no concerns with receiving the 2 readings, third reading upon conversion of this back to a shed, which is compliant together with the removal of the slats. They will do that. In fact, I'm going to encourage them to do that before this goes to council meeting. With respect to the site plan, it is noted that, and the staff correctly noted that the property does contain a lot of existing bedrock, and that's clearly evident in the photographs. There is quite a bit of natural low-lying vegetation along the first 50 feet. No structures is going to be submitted within that 50-foot area, making them subject to the site plan application in order to perhaps plant a few shrubs in this area it just seems this secondary planning application is just unnecessary at this point. The vegetation is there. It's going to be very difficult, to plant more vegetation. I think all the soil that is available does contain existing vegetation, which is acknowledged by staff. Again, please remember that there are no trees being removed in the area. The structure is not encroaching within the 50-foot buffer. And the gain, any gain that's achieved through this application will be specifically to address those non-compliant structures to ensure the property is in full compliance with the bylaw. Mr. Chair, in conclusion, I share staff's opinion that the proposal does not offend any provincial policies. It conforms to the District of Muskoka official plan, conforms to the intent and purpose of your recently adopted official plan, and I'm more than happy to answer any questions the committee has. Thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Sherback. Yes, Ms. Crowder.
Thank you. Through you, Chair Edwards. Just a point of clarification. This property is automatically subject to site plan control. This is not included as part of staff's recommendation specific to this application. The township site plan control bylaw automatically subjects this property to the site plan control process. So what we'll be looking for through this process is retention of vegetation along the shoreline. And if there is opportunity for some plantings to go in, we'll explore that. But again, it's not something that was recommended as part of this approval. It's an automatic a process that applies to this property.
Thank you, Mr. Sherback. I'm sure you've heard that, so that's fine. Is there anyone else here wishing to speak in support? Anyone in opposition? No one in support or opposition. Okay. Other questions from the members? Yes.
Just a simple clarification, and maybe I was confused. The snore box or the little existing sleeping cabin, were they going to take it down, move it, turn it into a shed, or move it? I wasn't sure. It sounded like they were moving it. I was just wondering what the intentions were.
Yes.
Thank you. Through you, Chair Edwards. Perhaps the applicant or the agent can confirm what their intent is, but essentially our withhold of third reading is that they either have the option of converting the use, so changing it to a shed, or removing it entirely.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Chair, to the committee member. Good question. As it stands with respect to this shed, it is going to be removed. In fact, it has to be removed in order to construct the new sleeping cabin. So it will go. It's not going to be relocated. It can't be relocated simply because of the slopes. If it's going to be moved, it's got to be put on the driveway, which doesn't make sense. But the applicants have full intention to get rid of this. In the meantime, with respect to the removal and the timing is the issue here. They will likely convert it back to a shed for the time being because they want to proceed with the site plan, knowing that there's a number of steps that have to be completed before they actually obtain the building permit. It makes sense for them to convert it back to a shed, proceed with the site plan application, obtain approval, and then submit the building permit application. So, leaving that for second or third reading is causing some challenges from a timing perspective. And that's why it's just easier to deal with the non-compliance immediately now. Change it back to a shed, which is permitted in your zoning bylaw. It will be demolished. They can proceed with the site plan as Ms. Crowder duly noted. And then they can proceed with the building permits to avoid unnecessary delays moving forward.
Thank you. I guess I will ask staff, because I haven't seen it, if it was converted to a shed, it can stay for now.
Through you, Chair Edwards, there is a matter of lot coverage on this property. We are nearing the maximum. So if they were to construct this sleeping cabin and the shed remain in place, I think that there would be a compliance issue. So I think that the shed would either need to be moved back beyond the 200-foot mark. I'm not even sure if this property extends 200 feet, but, or removed if the intention is to construct the sleeping cabin. So there is just a matter of lot coverage here. So we would recommend that this be dealt with before third reading be given.
Okay. Thank you. I'll go to Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to staff. Pertaining to the site plan. I think I heard that it's automatic in our bylaws that this should happen. I think I also heard that it was being put in place to ensure that the current vegetation was not disturbed, and that maybe see if there was any opportunity to do more plantings. So I may have two questions here, but my first question would be, what if we with the site plan control, what would be the fee and the time delay to the applicant? Just remind me, please.
Go ahead.
Sure, through you, Chair Edwards. I'm just making sure I've got my number right here, but I think for an accessory structure, the fee is $800. Yep, I'm getting the nod from staff. So the fee would be $800. As far as timing goes, you know, we try to expedite these site plan approvals as quickly as we can. In this case, they've already got an agent and a prepared site plan. Staff have already been to site. So, you know, I think that it could be a fairly quick process, but again, it depends on a few items. We want to see if we can get some plantings in there. So if they can prepare some form of planting plan, that would be beneficial. And pre-consultation is a requirement of the site plan submission process. So we can discuss those details at that point. But, you know, we're talking a matter of weeks, not months, if that helps.
Okay, Chair, I'd like to ask Mr. Surback a question, if I may, please.
Yes, and he had his hand up to answer, so maybe you can get him at the same time. So go ahead.
Okay, so my question to Mr. Surback would be is it is $800, and staff has said it's going to be fast. I'm just wondering why you have difficulty with that $800, or even with what our staff just communicated. Thank you.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair, that's a really good question, and I appreciate you asking me. 2 points, and I get it. I understand that it's that this property is required to go through site plan, but I mean, you already do have a vegetation removal bylaw in place. You know, so you already have the teeth in place if there's any unnecessary tree removal that's done. Subjecting it to site plan is just an extra layer, but you already have the ability to regulate tree removal. And as noted in the staff report, if there's plantings, it will likely only be a handful of trees and shrubs, but maybe not even trees, because clearly there's a significant amount of bedrock and trees are not going to survive. So to add additional shrub plantings, and when you clearly look at the photographs, there is quite a bit of low-lying existing natural vegetation. Again, that's noted by staff. Regardless, if this is what's necessary, the problem we're having is the timing issue, because they need to submit the site plan application, but they cannot submit the site plan application until the third reading is done. So if they have to remove the shed before they get third reading, the bylaw is never in fact approved. So and as I stated earlier, the structure has to be removed in order to construct this sleeping cabin. And as Ms. Crowder noted, yes, if for whatever reason the structure stays, the property is in non-compliance from a lot coverage perspective, and a building permit cannot be issued that subjects the property to a non-complying issue. I mean, what I'm saying is you do have the tools in place to ensure that the structure will be removed once the building permit is issued. So we're just trying to not hold up the application, because there's 2 or 3 things that need to be in place before they can properly proceed to building permit.
Yes, I was just looking for a look around.
Thank you, Chair Edwards, and I appreciate and thank Mr. Sherbach for his comments as well. The only thing I would note with respect to our recommendation to remove certain buildings or structures prior to third reading, it ultimately comes down to an administrative and enforcement consideration. We have run into situations in the past where small buildings such as the shed were not required to be removed as part of this process, and that was kicked down the road, say, to be handled as part of a building permit issuance, which would require a building inspector to confirm at the time of giving a final inspection on an approved building that the building had been removed, and that sometimes is overlooked. So I think what we're recommending, that this building either be removed or relocated to bring it into compliance with the zoning bylaw, is the right approach. I can appreciate that it causes some timing, some logistical concerns perhaps for the applicant, but I think from our perspective, it's the appropriate recommendation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any other questions? Seeing none. Excuse me. Moved by Councillor Mazin, seconded by Councillor Bosworth. Be it resolved, the Planning Committee recommend to Township Council that zoning bylaw amendment ZBA 30/23 bylaw 2023/118 Burrows and Steel roll number 9-4-019 and 9-14-020 be approved, subject to the third reading being withheld until such time as the shed identified on the submitted site plan, which is in use as a sleeping cabin, be removed as intended or brought into zoning compliance, and the enclosure siding on one side of the as-built sun shelter be removed, and that a minor amendment be approved to permit a cumulative single-story boathouse width of 40 feet. That is 18.6%, where 43.3 feet, 16% is permitted per section 4.1.7.12C of Comprehensive Zoning Bylaw 2014-14. Any questions or comments? Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Chair, and I'm sorry to be persistent on this and on this line of thought, but we all would wish to expedite really valid applications for our applicants. And on the surface, and I am not a planner, and that this one seems pretty straightforward, and the applicant is being delayed for really good reasons, because we've had bad behavior from other applicants, or we have had perhaps we had not got around to validating that it had been done. So my question during the comment here is that, is there anything we can do with these ones? I mean, we have been told that it's for the site plan, it's, to make sure that the vegetation is not disturbed, and we do have vegetation bylaws, and that possibly of additional plantings, where I would say $800, and I'd far see the applicant really take this to heart and spend the $800 to do whatever they could do to improve the site. And as far as and expediting this, so what is there anything that we can do to commit them? I guess there's not a fourth reading, but is there any possible way that we can do something to help this applicant along, on what appears to me to be very simple and straightforward things that they promised to do?
Yes, member, Mr. Sharp.
Thank you. Through you, Chair Edwards. I believe, the question is with respect to what we can do to sort of expedite the site plan control process. Correct me if I'm wrong, Councillor Roberts, but Perhaps one thing we could do, given that Ms. Crowder has already visited the property, and as she had noted, Mr. Sherbach is involved. There's been a site plan already submitted. In this case, we could forego or waive the pre-consultation process that otherwise was required for site plan control, or perhaps it could be just a quick back and forth between Mr. Sherbach and Ms. Crowder, just community for plantings or not, and the details of the site plan. But that's one thing that comes to mind, just to try to expedite this. Thank you.
Thank you. A supplemental, if I may, Chair. Hello?
Yes, Mr. Roberts, go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Okay, that's great. Thank you very much, Mr. Sharp. I think that little bit may help the applicant. The other one is that sort of what comes first, the cart or the horse, and of tearing down the shed. And is there anything that we could do in that area to allow them to have it with?
You can answer that, but if they take the shed down, that'll speed things up. And that if they take it down beforehand, but go ahead, Ms. Crowder.
Through you, Chair Edwards. I think staff don't recommend that sort of a situation where we're going to be in a non-compliance. I think that, as Mr. Sharp has indicated, we've run into enforcement issues, and this is sort of the standard process that we follow. But I mean, I think that the alternative is that they take the shed down.
Councillor Roberts, you still have your hand up.
Yeah, yes, I have. So I would just comment, and it's like, yes, it's the best path forward for the township to follow what the best practices that we have, and we know it's proven. But there should be a way that when it's obvious that I think we had one with a pump house or something before, and another application, but there should be a way that we can help out the applicant. So I'll just leave that with my final comment for staff to consider.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nishikawa.
I'm sorry, and I apologize to Councillor Roberts if I'm sounding harsh, but this application is no different than any other application that we receive. It is up to the applicant to do what they need to do to get this to move forward. It is not, we're not seeing an exceptional lack of time or anything else developed by staff. I'm not sure why we think that this particular application is being treated differently than any other application. And so I would ask that we could have the vote now, please.
We can take that offline, Councillor.
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, thanks for recognizing me, and good morning, committee. So just to follow on Councillor Nishikawa's comments, I think it's important for a committee to focus on the decision, not the process. Leave the process to your staff, please. Thank you.
Okay. Now, I have read it. I've read it.
Can call the question.
So any other comments? All those in favor? That is carried.
Thanks, everyone. Have a good day.
And the next application is Plan 2023-178 ZBA 31/23 bylaw 2023.119 zip, and that is Ms. Walker.
All right, thank you very much, Chair Edwards. The next application to be heard is ZBA 31/23 bylaw 2023-119. in the name of Zip Estates. The subject property is known municipally as 1025 Packers Bay Road, Unit 12. I would direct committee's attention to the submitted site plan starting on page 183 of the agenda package or on the screen in front of you. The applicant is proposing to construct a two-story garage. It will generally be in the same footprint as the existing garage, and it will have a 1,296 square foot sleeping cabin on the second story. Notice of this public meeting under the Planning Act was circulated 21 days in advance, and 2 submissions have been received to date. Comments have been received from Nick Snyder, the township's chief building official, and Tim Sopko, the township's public works technician. These comments were all circulated to committee prior to today's meeting and can be read in full at the request of committee. I've prepared a detailed planning report for committee's consideration. Staff have recommended that zoning bylaw amendment ZBA 3123 bylaw 2023-119 be approved, subject to a minor amendment to update Schedule 2 to situate as necessary the proposed building in a manner that would avoid the steep slopes. I have no further comments, but I'm happy to assist committee with any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Blogger. And we have the agent here and we also have the owner, I believe. So who would like to speak first?
My name's not sure that's on.
Good morning. Good morning, committee. My name's Rob Green. I'm a planner with Delegations Engineering, 80 Main Street West, Huntsville, Ontario, P1H1W9. I'm here speaking in place of Wayne Simpson. I just wanted to thank staff for their report. I concur with their analysis, and thankful for the recommendation for approval. I was just going to point out a few of the points of this application. One, the visual impact of the proposed garage with the sleeping cabin above it will be minimal, set far back from the water and adequately covered by trees. As staff pointed out, allowing for this sleeping cabin would remove the possibility for a 2-story boathouse along the water, which would be more disruptive. Aesthetically, the design of the new garage will be cohesive with the existing buildings on the property as well as the character of the area. The environmental impacts of this are low. This is replacing an existing garage on an already hardscaped area. The bathroom that's in it would be replacing that as well. And there's an existing relatively new septic system with modern removals. Another point to this is it's a very large property, which theoretically could be divided, and this could be a much larger application for 2 dwellings and 2 sleeping cabins, whereas this is we're requesting for there's a modest sized dwelling and a oversized sleeping cabin with much less habitable space than is allowed. Looking through this, this application is there's no recorded opposition to it from neighbors or from departments. It is consistent with the provincial policy statement and conforms with the Muskoka District official plan, and under careful consideration is in conformity with the township's official plan, and meets or exceeds any of the bylaw requirements in the Muskoka Lakes zoning bylaw, other than the floor area of the sleeping cabin. In my opinion, this is this application is good planning, and I would just like to answer any questions if you had any, and thank you for your consideration of this application.
Okay, thank you very much. I will ask everybody else. Is there anyone else wishing to speak in support of this application? Anyone wishing to speak in opposition to this application? Other questions from the members? Seeing none. Okay, you can sit down, sir. Moved by Councilor Zabitz, second by Mayor Kelly. Be it resolved, the planning committee recommend to the township council that zoning bylaw amendment ZBA 31/23 bylaw 2023-119 Zip Estates Limited, Rule 6-1-004 be approved, subject to the following minor amendment. That schedule to be updated to situate as necessary the proposed building in a manner that avoids steep slopes. Any questions or comments? All those in favor? And that is carried. And I think before we start the next application, we'll take a 10-minute comfort break. And then we'll be back here. Thank you. 10 minutes.
10:20 then?
Okay, are we back on? Okay, like to call the meeting back to order. And the next application is 2023-187, ZBA 4521. And bylaw 2021-144, Foreman Roll Holding Limited. And that is Mr. Sawyer.
Chair Edwards.
Oh, there we go. That helps, having the mic on. Good morning. Thank you, Chair Edwards. And good morning, members of the committee and members of the public. The next application to be heard is zoning bylaw amendment ZBA 4521 in the name of Foreman Road Holdings Limited. Sorry, I just have to get this to work on my screen here a bit better. There we go. So I would direct committee's attention to the proposed rezoning sketch on page 245 of today's agenda package. While the township is the approval authority for zoning, the district municipality of Muskoka is the approval authority for plans of subdivision. And in this case, plan of subdivision application S 2019-09, which is referred to as Muskoka Trails, has been submitted to the district for their review and consideration for approval. This draft plan of subdivision can be viewed on pages 250 and 251 of the agenda package. And the subject property consists of an approximately 56-acre parcel located within the urban center of Port Carling. It abuts two roads, Foreman Road, which is also known as Muskoka Road 26, and Medora Street, which is also known as Muskoka Road 118 West. The topography of this property is variable, with some areas of steep slopes, and it is primarily forested with a watercourse and associated wetlands that provide a physical divide between the northerly and southerly parts of the property. Surrounding land uses involve residential to the east, primarily commercial to the west, and industrial directly to the north. And the northerly lot line also abuts the Port Carling water tower property, just on the screen here. It's not working for me, actually. Well, you can see it at the top of the screen. There's a little white circle at the north end, and that's the water tower. The zoning bylaw amendment application and the related plan of subdivision application have been submitted to facilitate the creation of 85 lots intended for the construction of single detached residential dwellings and 4 blocks that are to be developed with high density multiple residential dwellings or dwelling units. The image of the draft plan here shows the lots all fronting on a proposed internal municipal road system, and the municipal and the multiple residential blocks are located in these locations here. Shown in purple on the screen. And if these blocks are developed to their maximum proposed density, the proposal could result in a total of 341 residential units across the entire property, which would result in a gross density of approximately 6.1 dwelling units per acre. The proposal also involves the creation of 7 other blocks that are intended to be conveyed to the township and used for open space, environmental protection, and stormwater management purposes. So these areas are shown here in green. The internal municipal road system proposes to connect with Medora Street at the south or on the left side of this of the image. That's where you can see the road connecting to the bottom part of that image. That's the Medora Street entrance, and then also Foreman Road. And the plan of subdivision is to be registered in 5 sequential phases. These are the different phases that are proposed, and they demonstrate a general progression of development from the northwest to the southeast. Currently, the entire property is zoned community residential R2, and the purpose of the zoning bylaw amendment is to place the 85 proposed lots into the community residential R1 zone and place the areas that are intended for multiple residential development into the community residential high density RM2 zone. The remaining areas are to be rezoned to the public open space OS1 zone, and some portions that have been identified as a wetland are to be rezoned to the environmental protection EP1 zone. There are also several zoning exemptions that have been requested. 6 of the lots have a lot frontage that is 1 foot less than the required minimum of 50 feet in the R1 zone, and an exemption to permit these lesser frontages is therefore requested. Similarly, the proposed multiple residential RM2 zone requires a lot frontage of 100 feet. In this case, the frontage of the proposed high density blocks is 66 feet, and an exemption is therefore requested. Also within the multiple residential RM2 zone, the maximum permitted height is 35 feet. In this case, a height of 52.5 feet is proposed, and a height exemption is therefore requested. The maximum permitted density within the multiple residential RM2 zone is 24 units per acre. In this case, a maximum density of 29.6 units per acre has been proposed for block 89, and a maximum density of 27.9 units per acre have been proposed for block 92. And therefore exemptions to permit these proposed densities have been requested. And also an exemption is included to limit the permitted uses in the proposed open space areas to only conservation and open space recreation. So in June of 2022, a public meeting was jointly held by the Township's Planning Committee and by the District's Community and Planning Services Committee. And the purpose of that meeting was to provide committee with background information on the proposal and to receive comments on both applications. Through the initial public meeting process, 4 written submissions in opposition to the proposal were received from members of the public, and 2 members of the public expressed concerns at the meeting. Concerns were raised about the configuration and potential impacts on the character and charm of the Port Carling area, the proposed density and potential impacts on local services, the proposed heights and potential impacts on views, perceived lack of proposed recreational amenities, the use of the Medora Street entrance for construction access, environmental concerns, and at the time, the proposal did not include any high density development in the first phase. And this was identified as a concern, especially as it relates to the provision of affordable and attainable housing. Also at that time, at the time of the first public meeting, committee had asked for additional information about the multiple residential blocks, also asked for information about how the developer can partner with the community and how an existing snowmobile trail can be rerouted to cross the property. Committee also had asked that consideration be given to establishing the main entrance and the construction access from Foreman Road instead of from Medora Street. And lastly, committee had called for the inclusion of multiple residential units in phase 1. Since then, the applicant has advised that the provision of both the Medora Street and Foreman Road entrances is preferred from traffic flow, construction, and emergency services perspectives, and no change has been made in that respect. The applicant has also changed the configuration, of the proposed open space blocks to provide a potential new route for the snowmobile trail. And it's my understanding that conversations with the OFSC are ongoing. It is also proposed that a walking trail network be developed to link the various open space areas, and the applicants have explained that they have a vested interest in working with the township to develop such a trail network. Some minor changes have been made to the proposed lot fabric including the creation of an additional open space block at the highest point of land. The most significant change to the proposal is likely the inclusion of multiple residential units in the first phase. And the applicant has provided some conceptual renderings of the type of multiple residential units that are envisioned in those areas. As a result of the changes to the proposal, including the addition of exemptions for height and density, the applicants chose to hold a second public meeting. Notice of this public meeting was circulated 20 days in advance of today's meeting in accordance with the Planning Act, and several comments have been received. The District of Muskoka and the Township's Development Services Division have advised that they have no concerns with the proposal. The Township's Public Works Department has submitted comments advising of requirements for road construction, entrances, and rerouting of the snowmobile trail, the maintenance and realignment of the road leading to the existing water tower, and the requirements for a detailed stormwater management report, including the provision of satisfactory access to the proposed stormwater management ponds for the purposes of long-term maintenance. They have also asked, or they've provided a list of more detailed requirements that would be required at future stages of the proposed development. And one additional submission has been received from a member of the public. It was submitted by Paul Donaldson, local resident, who states that he is in support of the application, but that the size of the development triggers the need for an indoor swimming pool in Port Carling, instead of new residents having to travel to the pool in Bracebridge. Mr. Donaldson also states that he would like to see the inclusion of tiny homes on small lots. So staff have prepared a detailed information report describing the proposal and have recommended that zoning bylaw amendment ZBA 4521 be approved, subject to a minor amendment to include the proposed exemption to permit greater densities on blocks 89 and 92 as proposed, and to replace Schedule 2 of the draft bylaw with a revised zoning sketch. And lastly, staff have also recommended that a list of conditions of draft approval be forwarded to the District of Muskoka for consideration related to the plan of subdivision draft approval. These conditions include requirements to implement the recommendations of supporting studies, address the design of all public and private roads, including the provision of appropriate access, to address municipal dedication of the municipal roads and stormwater management facilities, to address other design requirements, also to require substantial retention of vegetation on steep slopes, and to require the provision of securities where they are needed. The recommended conditions also include a requirement for the proponent to enter into an agreement under the Planning Act prior to the approval of the first phase, and for amending agreements to be entered into prior to the approval of any subsequent phase. The intent of this agreement is to ensure that all requirements of the township will be satisfied, and this agreement would be registered on title. Lastly, the Public Works Department has advised of maintenance requirements for the stormwater management pond boundaries, which could potentially require a minor revision to the boundary of a block. Therefore, it is recommended that this requirement also be sent to the district for their consideration. And I have no further comments at this time, but I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Soya. Is the applicant or applicant's agent here wishing to speak on this?
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of committee. My name is Graham Heisinga, land use planner with Tulloch Engineering, 80 Main Street West, Huntsville, Ontario, P1H1W9. Thank you for the opportunity to present before this committee again. As staff mentioned, we held a public meeting last June, and based on comments received at that public meeting, we've had a good deal back and forth with the Township's Planning Department as well as the District's Planning Department on working on this revised proposal. So I appreciate the time and effort that staff have put into working with us and the proponents on this proposal. Recognize that it's a fairly significant proposal for the Village of Port Carling and the Township of Muskoka Lakes in general. As Sam mentioned, there have been a few significant changes to the proposal, largely addressing the comments that we heard at that last public meeting. One comment that we heard in particular from residents along Todd Home Drive, I think a few of them are in attendance here today as well, was with respect to ensuring that the heights of land on the subject property are maintained in a more or less natural state to ensure that that there's significant buffering between the lower density residential uses on Todd Home and the proposed higher density residential uses on proposed here. So we, in doing a review of what we could do to accommodate that, we wound up creating the new open space block that Sam referenced in his report. It's a significant chunk of land, and that chunk of land is intended to remain in a completely natural state, albeit there may be a possibility for something like a recreational trail network or something like that that would be open to the public and would allow people to continue to enjoy that part of the property in the long term. The other significant change relates to the density and height considerations for the multiple residential blocks. Now, while the height increase to 16 meters, may raise some discussion, I think it's important to note that the reason that was precipitated was an effort on the part of the proponents to try to design a site design that limits the physical space that the development occupies, and that includes space set aside for parking. So the intent with this increased height is to have kind of quasi underground parking in a partial underground first story. Obviously, there's going to be some challenges run into with bedrock there, so we can't do a full basement parking level, but that will incorporate the parking into the basement of the multi-residential buildings and ensure that we're taking up a much less space on the ground with surface parking. And in doing so, we're able to retain more of the natural vegetation and terrain and slope of the property as it appears now. Obviously, keeping as much vegetation as possible is critical to buffer this property from other nearby uses. So that was an important consideration for us as well. Generally speaking, I'm sure committee is aware that the province continues to be in the midst of somewhat of a housing crisis, and Muskoka is no exception to that. We're seeing an increased demand in our office and in the development industry in general for alternative types of housing across Muskoka. I know it was an important consideration at the last public meeting that we have some different differentiation in the types of housing provided in the first phase. And we've amended the phasing schedule to accommodate that. We will now have a mix of smaller lot, single detached homes and multi-res homes within the first phase. And that was done to ensure that that mix of housing can be injected into the housing supply in Port Carling as sooner than later. And again, if Muskoka Lakes continues to grow as it has, and Muskoka has in the last few years, and Port Carling intends to continue to be the service hub for the township, both in peak summer season when we're inundated with tourists, as well as for a growing year-round population, we have to provide homes, and there have to be a range of housing options for people, including young families, empty nesters, people looking for transitional housing options, and the proponents believe that they can provide some assistance with that. I believe they're in the call as well. They may have something to add, but I'm happy to make myself available to answer any questions that committee might have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else here wishing to speak in support of this application? Pardon? No? Okay, is there anyone here that would like to speak in support? Anyone in opposition? Okay. How many are on Zoom? 3. Okay, I think what we'll do is we'll talk to the audience first, and then we'll go to the Zoom. So first up. Yeah, go ahead.
Morning, committee, Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Grant Mooney. My address is 15 Totholme Drive, 15 and 17 Totholme Drive, Port Carling. The postal code is P0B1J0. I'm a permanent and longtime resident of the township, and my objections to this awkward and excessive development are really central to my vision for a better Port Carling than what this proposal will produce. Now, my objections to these amendments are well known to you. I've written to each of you on several occasions, addressed it with you personally, with many of you personally, and today is the second time I've addressed this planning committee directly. We've all been provided with my submissions, and those of many of your constituents are represented by my comments. Yet here today, we are still looking at this unfolding disaster for the community of Port Carling. Now, while I appreciate the opportunity to stand here today, I have to admit that the entire planning and rezoning process for this property has been frustrating, disappointing, and to date, disheartening. In spite of repeated and legitimate objections to the density, the height, and the visual issues, each revision we have seen of this development has not only basically ignored or rationalized our objections, but increased the density, the height, and the number of proposed housing boxes. Again, here today, we're presented with yet another amendment to increase the density of 2 of the 4 multiple residential blocks, again, above and beyond the legal limits. Honestly, it's frustrating to see the process that is supposed to protect our community and objectively consider all the alternatives repeatedly advise against us. What should have and could have been an inclusive collaboration between the developer, the community, the politicians, and staff has now become just basically an open sore. Frankly, and honestly, who would have thought 4 years ago that we'd be here today, even thinking about desecrating 56 acres of prime residential property for maximum density that puts the risk of the character and fabric that has built Port Carling into the Muskoka gem that it is today. This is an overly intensified development that lacks the space, the architecture, and the panache, if I can use that word, that exemplifies Port Carling. Who would have thought that an attack of 256 multiple-story townhouse stretching a full 50% higher than the law permits would be a good idea for Port Carling? Oh, Scarborough maybe, not Port Carling. Now let me explain right now that I don't mean to offend anybody with my comments, especially the new landowners and developers. They're simply doing what developers do, attempting to get the highest density designation on the properties and maximize profits. The planning staff are consumed with the logics of the project. The community is frustrated and outraged at the very thought of it. And the politicians are caught in the middle of all of this. But let's say it as it is. This is a developer-driven project with justification reports bought and paid for by the developer for the sole purpose of selling this project to you. I haven't seen objective market research to support the need for high-density housing. And it appears the point is to maximize land values at the expense of Port Carling. Clearly a good idea for the developer, but not for us. Tell me that 256 52-foot townhouses sitting atop a scraped bare rock, visible from all of our scenic routes.
You have approximately 30 seconds.
Will not enhance our image and be and destroy what is quaint and a prosperous community. Is it not our responsibility to try for the very best for this community? Is it not our responsibility to respect our heritage, protect our environment, and create a lasting space where future generations to enjoy? Now, I'm proud to call Port Carling home. Let's build something for the future that we can be proud of. Port Carling doesn't deserve this. This is too intensive and, and will not meet the realistic housing needs of the community in the future.
Okay, can you just?
I appreciate your
final
time.
comments? Thank you.
Thank you.
Just have to be fair to everyone. Next person.
Thank you. Morning committee, staff, Terry Ledger, 167 Medora Street, Port Carling, P0B1J0. I'm an adjacent property owner, sorry for the voice. And also representing Kelly and Steve Ledger at 163. We're adjacent to the Medora Street entrance that's shown on the site plan. I'll try and be quick. I have a lot of issues, but I just want to say up front that I am not against housing and I am not against this subdivision being developed at all. So I just want to put that out there at the start. I have concerns with how it will be done. And I do have some concerns with some of the denser development areas and the height of the townhouses. I found, first of all, I'll quickly address the things that I think are lacking in this application. The traffic impact study from 2018, or the data is from 2018, is just obsolete. And I think without something that's current, and believe me, I sit there and listen to the traffic all day and night, and because I'm there day and night. And I can assure you that it is not what that study says at all. We operate 2 businesses through that access, and it's hard enough just turning onto Medora Street, probably for half the year, anytime during the day. So that's a big issue. I'm surprised that the district has no concerns, but you have a lot of streets that are converging right there. So at the end of the day, we all knew it was going to be an access to the subdivision, but I guess my ask would be that the Foreman Road access be developed first and used for construction. There's a lovely flat site for staging right across Foreman Road that they can rent and keep sort of all that activity there. We're trying to operate 2 busy businesses out of there, and it's bad enough as it is. I foresee lights here if this comes to pass, period. I don't care what anybody says. Well, I do care, but you know what I mean. It's just a phrase. So I do think also that at some point, given the number of units that the Foreman Road and Medora Street intersection is also a problem. Anyone coming there in the winter knows that. And also another set of lights. It was horrifying to imagine a 3rd set of lights in Fort Carling, but there you have it. Life goes on. And I would love to pretend that this is attainable housing. It's going to help, but I think nobody's under that misconception here. I think one of the things that we can do to sort of help keep the cost of these units down would be that height exemption that's been requested. If you keep that at what is allowed, this will keep it at a 3-story building, which quite frankly, in Muskoka Lakes, I don't see the need for more than 3 stories for anybody except for the JW Mary. So in a small town, I don't think that's appropriate and or in character or good planning. And can you get some parking underneath a 3-story townhouse? Yes, you can. You'll be seeing that in the coming months from one of my applications, and meet height requirements. You can. What it does do is it brings the cost of the building down because your square footage is down. So now instead of that townhouse that you're turning over at $500,000, because there's nothing, that's the money that's involved here. Not that the economics should be an issue, but I'm just bringing it in because it's pertinent. Once you bring that square footage down and you make this a smaller home, suddenly the price comes down. It's more affordable. And I mean, they're developers. They're trying for maximum. That's what this application is. It's the maximum they're trying to do. So that's one thing I would ask you to look at is not to to permit that height exemption. The location of those areas too is, of course, front and foremost on the top of the hill. That's bad enough. My brother's place is in my eyesight. It's going to wipe out when this goes. If it's a 2-year plan, like I've read, this site will be wiped out. So every tree that's part of this plan will be gone, just so you're prepared. I'm sure you've seen it in Bracebridge. There are a few things you can do in planning and site plan control, but I just...
Excuse me, can you wrap it up? You've been 5 minutes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Apologies. Yes. 2 things the district should look at, maybe including the Todd Home subdivision when they do the servicing. Just a thought. And I guess we'll leave it at that for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else here wishing to speak on this? Anyone else? Okay, then we'll go to the ones on the Zoom calls, please. Is the first one on Zoom there? Ready?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes. Hello.
Yes. Can you put your screen on and give us your name, address, and postal code, please?
Sure. My name is Robert Belisle, 4 Mirror Lake Drive, Port Carling, P0B1J0.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. First of all, good morning, Mr. Chair, and want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to voice my opinion. Secondly, for the record, I'm not opposed to any development, but in my opinion, it has to make sense, and this does not make sense. I've heard the last 2 speakers. I had on a sheet about 10, 15 points. But I heard the last 2 speakers, and I'm totally in agreement with what they had to say. Therefore, I'm just going to limit to 2 or 3 comments. Number one, my understanding was back in June or July, the plan was RM1, and for whatever reason, it became an RM1 and RM2. So I don't know what happened, why that was accepted. High density does not make sense in my opinion. That's comment number one. Number two, assuming I had assumed 84 lots and 4 buildings, but from what I just heard, and that would give us a total population of 710 people, assuming 2.5 people per units. But now we're talking over 1,000 people in the community. So if you look at that, assuming that Muskoka Lakes has a population of about 6,800 people, which I might be wrong here, that's 15%, over 15% of the population will be in Port Carling in that little space. And that for me doesn't make sense at all. Number 3 comment is that I think it's going to change the landscape totally of Port Carling. I think it's pretty sad. You're going to see the high density buildings from different locations, even from the lakes. You're going to see it coming through the river into Mirror Lake. I think that's very, very sad. And to Mr. Mooney's comments, he's right on in saying that the landscape is going to change totally, and it's not going to be the Port Carling that we all know, that we all respect. It's a very, very unfortunate situation. So I would recommend highly that the high density homes do not exist, or to the last speaker, there's parking underground, so we can leave it to 2 or 3 different levels. That would make a little bit more sense. But I have these 4 buildings, and I just heard 55 feet, I believe. It's just ridiculous. So these are my comments.
Thank you very much. And the next person?
Good morning.
Good morning, and can we have your name, address, and postal code, and then go ahead? Thank you.
My name's Jim Broman from 18 Todd Home Drive, Port Carling, P0B1J0. Thank you for the comments from the last 3 speakers. I echo all those comments. I'll keep it short and simple. The proposed development for the high density is not in character with Port Carling. I'm not against development. We need homes, but we need to keep the town, the feel, the nature still in our community, and this does not represent that. Secondly, the EP1 zone that runs through this is a very important wetland. This goes right into Lake Muskoka. It also goes behind my property, and I drink that water that comes out of EP1. There's a number of other dug wells that go along that as well, and I'm very concerned with the disruption and site works and stuff like that, that it may or may not be protected well enough. Wells are not expensive, or are very expensive now to drill, and I don't want to have to go down that route. I could incur up to $50,000 just to drill a well versus a dug well, which came with my home when I purchased it. And obviously the impact on infrastructure. We've lost our general practitioner here in town, so we have no doctor anymore. Our daycare is inundated, very long wait list. School is probably undersized now. The food services in town, and obviously the traffic's going to be a huge problem here. I already wait on average 10 to 15 minutes to turn from Foreman Road onto Medora Street in the mornings, busy mornings. And that's off season without the tours. So my recommendation, I am opposing the high density, and I employ the council and everybody involved here to really look at the fabric and the character of our town when approving the next steps here. And again, I'm not opposed to infrastructure and housing. We need it. I'm a local business owner, and I welcome potential people here to help contribute to our society and business. But it has to be done in a very careful manner. We're too small of a town with limited land, and there is other areas we can build high density that has less impact on our town. And these are scenic routes. And I know this for a fact. We're not allowed to keep even a sign within 100 feet of these scenic routes, let alone staring at a 4-story building, and at some of the highest points in Port Carling. So I am concerned with all that. So I hope and pray that all the right decisions are made here that won't impact our town for decades to come, and we get it done very pragmatically and in the nature of what we already have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there someone else as well? That's everybody? Okay, I guess now at this point then we'll open up to questions. Oh. Okay. I thought you said 3, but I wasn't sure of me. Okay. Good morning. We need your name, address, and postal code, please.
Sure. So the name is Maxim Tarsky. We're representing developers. We are developers, applicants. So the address is 31 Athabasca Drive, 1 Ontario, postal code L6A2W1. We would like to address some of the comments we heard from the public. Is that appropriate time right now, or you want us to do it after you had a deliberation? What is the proper procedure here?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. So first of all, we're happy to hear that everybody who came to raise their opinions, they do realize that the housing is priority and it's required everywhere, and specifically in Port Carling. This is what we're hearing every single day. Every time we spoke with any of the officials in the Port Carling and in Muskoka district in general, the main pressing issue was introduction of attainable housing. And I want to clear some of the misunderstanding here. I bet his names, but one of the person mentioned that he's surprised to see the high density designation for some of the lands. There is no intent to build here high density, high rise buildings, if you want to say 5-story, 6-story, 20 stories. This is not intent of this plan at all. So we provided approximate renderings and drawings, what we envision to be built in these multifamily lots. And the intent is to build townhouses, back-to-back townhouses. Now, the reason why we're asking for exception for the limitation of the height, because we're trying to come up with the most affordable design, which is actually goes against what the previous lady was describing. In Port Carling, it's extremely expensive to go with underground parking. It's prohibitive expensive. And in order to keep the cost of this future housing attainable as much as possible, that's why the design is based on parking being partially exposed. So it's partially buried, partially exposed. But obviously, this is what gives you this extra height. You have to accommodate for it. So you still have your standard 2- or 3-story townhouse on top of it. But because you have exposed parking, obviously it's adding some height to it. Now, also because there are back-to-back townhouses, we want to give opportunity for these people to enjoy some view. So they're going to have rooftop terrace. And obviously, when you have an access to rooftop terrace, it also gives you some additional height that you have to accommodate for. So hence this ask to increase the height limitation. But
one more item, the zoning height is measured from the lowest point of exposed foundation to the top peak of the building. So because of some of the slopes and some of those buildings, it would be quite different on different sides of the building. So that's why it sounds like a drastically high building, which it is not. If you had an opportunity to look at the sketch provided with the materials, it is a 3-story back-to-back townhomes with a partially submerged ground level parking and rooftop amenity space where you do have a tiny area so people can actually access their roof. So you have a 3-story back-to-back townhomes. That's what's envisioned for the multi-residential high-density blocks.
And it as was described before, the main reason for this particular design is to, first of all, to limit the amount of revisions we need to do to the site, limit the amount of disturbance we need to do to the site, because obviously the smaller footprint of a building is, the smaller your disturbance of the area.
The intent is to keep all the parking within the building, with minor exception maybe for a couple of visitor spaces. So the natural grading and natural vegetation of the site can remain for those multi-residential blocks.
Yeah. We also provided another sketch as part of the submission that's showing in comparison to existing mature trees in the area that all of those buildings that we're talking about, they still way below the tree canopies. So they still going to be not taller than the trees, just to address some of the comments that people have been saying. But because of the existing zoning provisions in Port Carling, if you going with a certain number of units, automatically you have to call it higher density. Even so, we're not proposed to put any high density buildings there. That's just to clarify the misconception that you're hearing right now. Other than that, somebody mentioned that you're going to see the whole site being shaved, all the trees and everything going to become one huge flattened area. That's not the intent. Again, our plans are submitted to the town. And for everybody to understand, it's been, I believe, 5 or 6 years right now that we're going through this application. It's a long time. That's why when somebody's saying you provided a traffic study and it's been done in 2018, it's not because I didn't want to build this in 2019, because this is how long it takes to go through the process to address every single possible technical comment to make sure everybody's satisfied. And I believe we did a great job satisfying every single comment we received from previous open house and whatever towns wanted us to achieve. And we appreciate their cooperation in doing this.
Can you wrap it up? You've hit your 5 minutes rebuttal.
Sure. Pretty much. So the idea is we try to make this development as sensitive as possible to preserve as much of the natural features of the site as possible. And I believe it's done with a good planning and good engineering in mind.
All right, thank you. I will ask, is there anyone else on there? No, so we've done all the speakers. Okay. I'm going to open up to questions now. Yes.
Thank you, and through you, I have a question for both the developers and or the gentleman from Tulloch, because both referenced attainable housing. I'm thrilled to hear there's going to be attainable housing on these in this subdivision. I'm curious to know two things. How do you define attainable housing, number one? And how do you ensure it remains attainable after the first sale?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think I'll let Max and Dennis take that one. They have a better handle on the finances of the project than I do.
Through you, Mr. Chair, our main focus as a development company at the moment is purpose-built rental buildings throughout mostly GTA with substantial affordable housing component. As an example, we are starting a 25-story in Ajax next summer with 50% of the units being affordable. Not attainable, affordable, it's a different definition. The way we envision it for Port Carling, we are planning to proceed with a big portion of the multi-residential blocks as a purpose-built rentals, because in reality, this is the only way you can make sure they remain attainable throughout the lifetime of the building. If you sell it to somebody, they're going to flip it for profit. If you keep renting it, then you have a control of how much it is rented for. This kind of development can only materialize with CMHC financing. It's called RC5 program or MLI Select. And as part of their requirement, we are mandated to make sure that attainable units are rented at 30% of median family income or below for the area. So if you look at the median family income at Port Carling, and this is not taking into consideration somebody who is not a permanent resident of Port Carling. So somebody who is living in on Avenue Road in Toronto and have $1 million cottage in Port Carling would not fit into this overall statistics by CMHC. We're talking about an average people. So if you look at their median family income and then take 30% of that, this has to be the maximum expense they would be spending a year on their rental for that unit. It is very hard to say in numbers how much it is. We have a lot of movement parts for the past couple of years with inflation and so things like that. But this is a general formula that being relied by the province and by the federal CMHC body to establish what attainable housing is or affordable housing is.
So the intent is for the first block, for the first phase of the development to have to include multifamily portion, and this is what we changed from last submission. And on this multifamily portion, we will have townhouses that would be rental townhouses, which is going to be attainable. That's the idea.
Thank you. I have a supplemental, and that I like the definition. 30% is the standard acceptable definition. What I'm curious about, and I can't find in the material, is the commitment that you will make to a hard number of units or a percentage of the developed units that will be permanently in the attainable housing stock. Is there a number or a percentage?
It depends definitely from what kind of program would be available from CMHC. And it's a national program, so the way they do it, the federal government takes money and divides it between the whole of Canada. When I say money, nobody gives money for free. We're still paying for it and developing on our own dime. What they're providing is they're providing guarantees and they're providing access to a loan at reasonable rate, because with the rates you're going to pay for the construction loan today to the regular bank, nothing is affordable, nothing is attainable, it's out of question. So the only way anything can be built, which is still attainable with whatever formula, only if you have access to a mortgage, which is backed by federal government, and they provide you with reasonable amount of interest to pay. But they are the one deciding how much money is allocated to every single project, to every single municipality. I can't answer this question right now. So we're gonna submit our application. You have density in front of you for the block 1, I believe. It's specifying exactly how many units. We're gonna show our intent to them, and depends on what they're telling us, how much they're willing to provide. This actually dictates how many units we can build with this fund. Everything that you have to build with a standard mortgage from the regular bank would be something which is regular market rate, and it would be either still kept as a rental, or if it's other blocks which is further down the road, maybe sold as ownership to people.
Okay. Councillor Bosworth.
Thank you. Through you, I expect there's sort of two forms to this question. One is to the developers, and most developments that I've seen, the whole site are stripped from trees. You were saying that you are wanting to protect that. Does that mean that you will leave trees in all of the backyards of the sites, and you will disturb only the area around the multi-units? If mature trees are taken down, the promise of protection by tall trees for the tall buildings will be gone and won't be back for most of our lifetimes. So that's the first question, and then I'll leave my second question depending on the answer.
Through Mr. Chair, absolutely, this is the intent. The name of the project is Muskoka Trail, so we're planning to maintain the existing feel of the site, so you're pretty much walking in the forest. This is the intent to also provide privacy. So if you look out of your backyard, you see forest, you don't see your neighbor. That's subject to existing grading, and the way the grading is proposed, we do have to clear the road. We do have to clear the access to the front of the house, but then anything beyond that is ideally stays in its native state, including slopes, including vegetation. That's part of the reason why we're asking for the excessive increase in height for the multi-residential, so we don't have to shave the site and then do the standard subdivision type of townhouse development, where we can kind of plop it onto the existing elevations, existing topography, without altering it too much. So it's contained within a block, it contains without going too deep, while still respecting all the necessary slope stabilities and other engineering considerations.
Thank you very much. So my next question is to staff. Sorry, is that all right, Chair?
Yes, I said supplemental, that's fine.
Okay, so to staff, is there a way to ensure that commitment that we've just heard from Mr. Tarski is documented, so that we have a documented commitment?
Thank you. Through you, Chair Edwards. There are several agreements that the conditions of the plan of subdivision will require the owners or the applicants to enter into. Firstly, there is a development agreement with the township, and there could be a provision added to that agreement that talks about site clearing. We have also asked for some additional information with regards to retaining vegetation on steep slopes. That will be important to determine which areas really are required to be maintained as vegetated areas in order to ensure that the site does remain substantially vegetated. But then there is a requirement on the multiple residential blocks to enter into a site plan agreement as well. And that at that time, again, landscaping and vegetation and retention of vegetation where possible or required could be addressed through that agreement. Thank you.
One more supplemental, and then I'll go to Councillor Zabit.
Thank you, Chair. Is that how do we get that into this approval?
So through you, Mr. Chair, so we could add some, we are, as a part of this as well, providing the District of Muskoka with a list of conditions for their, to be included within draft approval of the plan of subdivision. And we could add a little bit more detailed wording into that to require wording within the subdivision agreement, speaking to retention of vegetation on the to the rear of the dwellings that would be built on these properties. And then that could be a requirement through those agreements. It could be more specifically spelled out, so to speak. Thank you.
Would you like to answer that?
If I could just add a brief comment to staff through you, Mr. Chair. I think it's important also to note that today we're considering the zoning provisions that will be in place for each of these multi-res blocks. Those will represent maximums, so we'll have a maximum height. We can't exceed that, but we can definitely go under it. And that maximum was, as Max and Dennis were explaining earlier, in reflection of the fact that we don't yet have the detailed site design for each of these blocks. We will, as the development proceeds in due course. We'll come back to the township for site plan control for each of these blocks, and that'll include detailed design considerations such as finished floor elevation for each of the buildings, and what the actual bylaw height of each of those buildings will be. So it's you know, at the moment we're applying for the ability to construct the buildings. Obviously, the site plan process will actually nail down what those buildings will actually look like interacting with the site, and vegetation retention can definitely be part of that.
Thank you. Councillor Zabit.
Thank you, and through you. It sure appears to me, and with all the homework I've done, I think the staff report's quite amazing, quite in depth. Clearly, the developers and their suppliers are in line. The district has commented. Here we are. I guess what this committee is tasked with is, you know, safeguards. We heard Councillor, well, a few councillors. We're going to talk about, you know, the safeguards that we might build into this for our taxpayers. I guess my thoughts are, we experiential. You know, we've had issues over many years in this township with large developments getting going, getting everybody revved up, and then for some bizarre reason they don't happen. And it seems to be a financial worthiness piece and scheduling. So I wonder if I could ask a couple of general questions of the developers, and again within the rights that I have. You know, financial worthiness is on everyone's mind about this project. It's a huge project for this area. And I wouldn't mind some general comments from you about that. Heard you speak earlier about working with the federal government on financing, but that is, you know, down that road, and who knows how things change. So I'm interested in the financial worthiness piece, and I'm also interested in your intended scheduling, both short and long term. Let's say we pass everything, moves along. What do you see as the runway for this project? Thank you.
Through Mr. Chair, the intent is to hopefully have substantial approvals for the draft plan of subdivision by summer of 2024, and proceed with servicing for the phase 1 and potentially phase 2 concurrently of the development in 2024. When I say servicing, that includes building the road, doing required grading for the residential lots, and putting in sewer connections. Depending on the costs involved and financial analysis, we may proceed with servicing of the whole site, building the whole road at the same one shot, or it could be split, where phase 1, phase 2 is built first. So we have these 2 entrances to the site built, and then once those lots are filled up, say 2 years down the road, when those first 2 phases are completed, then we would proceed with the remaining of the site. We envision spreading it with 1 phase a year, And obviously this is tentative. Obviously this is dependent on market conditions and other factors, but this is the intent. So we are hoping to get construction started summer of 2024 and then proceed one phase a year. Is that a fair estimate? Yes. There is an existing construction financing pre-approved for this site for the servicing component on the phase one with Covered Credit Union. That's already in place. They were hopeful to have a faster progress, but we got delayed with COVID. So, but that's still in place, so we're ready to go.
Okay. And I see Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. I have three questions to different people. The first two could go to staff. It may go to the applicant, and it was brought up by Ms. Ledger. The first two, the traffic study of 2018, we all know that we've had significant changes as a result of COVID, and the traffic intensified appears to have intensified. So I just want, and I'm just proposing this, I guess, to staff, if we should relook at the traffic study, if it would be any value to both the developer and the township and the district. So that's my first question. Do you understand? I didn't word that very well, but basically, should we redo the traffic study based on?
Mr. Soy.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. The traffic study, as you pointed out, does not contemplate the addition in density that is now requested as well. And staff have asked for a condition of approval of the plan of subdivision that would require an updated traffic study to be completed. And so at that time, any improvements that might be, if there is a requirement, let's say for additional lanes or for an additional for a signaled intersection, then that could be that would come out of the update to that study and then would be required to be implemented. Thank you.
Thank you. So Chair, my second question would go to the applicants. I know that I think I recall that the first phase one work is coming off of Medora Road. Is that correct? Is that the first targeted area that you'll be working on?
That's the first connection because the water connection goes through that road as well. So we have to start from there. Yes.
Could you remind me where your next phase would be?
I'm not sure if it's possible to place it.
Thank you. Then I'll be able to form my question.
Would it be possible to have the phasing plan on the screen from the clerk?
I think we can share it. If I could ask our staff that's able to share the PDF of my presentation. And it is included in there as a image that we could have a look at. Might just be a minute here. Yeah, I think it's the fourth slide, maybe.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. This is good. Thank you. Okay, so my question would be, I can understand that you would, for phase one, we're going to have to, use the Medora Road as a priority. But I see that phase two is comes off Foreman, and what the delegate was asking, can we do the access off of Foreman Road to make it the prime construction site? Because so I'm just thinking out of the box, and I know you guys have thought about this endlessly, that we could possibly close off the road at phase one and then not allow public traffic or construction traffic to go through, and then switch all the construction traffic down off of Foreman Road. What are your thoughts on that?
Through you, Mr. Chair, my understanding of the question is you're referring to close off this access during construction, and once some of the homes are completed, obviously open it up because it is essential for proper access. This is definitely a consideration. Maybe get ahead of myself here. Our preference would be use construction access from Foreman Road in line with public preference. However, there are some technical considerations, and we are actively in discussion with our civil engineer. This road crossing wetlands in a boundary between phase 1 and phase 2. And part of the mitigation of this crossing, we will be building a substantial size culvert, like a mini bridge type of thing, road. To get that properly done, we may need access from Medora Street at the initial stages, at the very least. And once that completed, we can say, let's block it off and then concentrate on using only the Foreman Road access for the remainder of construction. So there could be some kind of medium ground solution to minimize traffic through Medora Street, although we cannot completely eliminate it for technical reasons with the current site layout, current grading, and also the fact that servicing connection is going through Medora as well, both sewers and water.
Thank you. And finally then, thank you for that. My third question, it was noted at the public meetings, there's concerns raised about the snowmobiling trail across the property. And the snowmobile industry, in the economic value of that is in the millions of dollars during the winter. So my questions, I have two questions for you. Could you identify the current plans for the rerouting of the snowmobile trail through the property? You may have to bring up one of the slides or leave the one that's up there now.
Through the Mr. Chair, we can try to show it on that slide over here. If you were to look at the phase 2, the bottom of the screen, the residential lots, you see the yellow boundary of the phase actually doesn't go along the boundary of those lots. It is a few meters away from it, actually 6 meters away from it. I believe 6 meters away from it. So that strip, which becomes part of the open area block, is the rerouted snowmobile trail. At the moment, the snowmobile trail goes along the Foreman Road and then enters the site somewhere there and crosses the site. So it will enter the site where the new public road connection is going to be created and immediately go off on this 6 meter reserved trail to go, let's say, left on this plan toward phase 1, cross wetlands in that area, and then proceed through to the left. I'm not sure if my explanation was sufficient.
Yes, I think it was, because I had some questions from the Snowmobile Club saying they were in discussions. So I just wanted to have this presented in the public forum here. And so my final question on that is that, given the multi-million-dollar contribution to our economy annually from the snowmobiling, is there a way for you to guarantee access throughout the construction during the winter months for the snowmobiles?
Through Mr. Chair, that was our understanding and discussion as well, that this will be maintained from kind of day one.
When we say maintain, we're not going to maintain the actual trail. We're just going to give them access to the trail.
The access will be provided from day one, and our grading operations will take that into consideration. So, as a very simple example, the location of sealed fencing and things like that will not block off this area while we constructing this phase. It will be kept outside of the perimeter of the construction site. So people on the snowmobiles will not be entering our legally defined construction site. This is also to our benefit for any liability. We want to make sure that any of the snowmobile traffic at any time is kept outside of our legally defined construction area for phase 2, for example.
Perfect. Thank you very much. And then bear with me just for a few more seconds, a few more minutes, Chair, back to staff. Staff, we had talked earlier today about how this is really encouraging what the applicant is saying, but how do we get that into the conditions of approval or in some other way? Thank you. That would go to Sam.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. So there's it's my understanding that there is still some discussion to be had with the Ontario Federation of Snowmobile Clubs as to what the preferred route or most viable route across the entire property would be. It's understood that the applicants would like to have it be routed as they've shown to the south of or to the rear of those lots of phase 2, but exactly the exact route that's still being discussed. There is a condition of the plan of subdivision that that staff have recommended that would require the applicants to enter into any agreements, into any easements that may be required for whatever purposes may be required. So it's a very general condition, and it does state trails. So this would fall under that category. So if it, so one way would be to have a easement actually registered to ensure that the long-term viability of that trail across the property once the location is determined.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have someone here trying to answer that as well.
Just a supplemental comment to that. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could we possibly pull up the plan, the phasing plan, once again? Okay, thank you. Now the snowmobile trail currently enters the property from the northern side, so that would be the left-hand side of the sketch here. Crosses the subject lands roughly following the course of the proposed public road, and then exits onto Foreman Road, roughly where the proposed municipal road exit is onto Foreman Road. So through discussions with municipal staff, we were initially contemplating perhaps running the trail either alongside or within the road allowance. We were told from Public Works that was not preferred, just for maintenance and liability reasons. So we did reach out to the Ontario Federation of Snowmobile Clubs, and we have been in discussions with them about alternate routes. But this route along the western side of the property was what was proposed, and we've accommodated for a 6-meter wide area, kind of abutting the rear of some of these single detached lots. That's wide enough for a groomer to get through. We are still in active discussions with the OFSC. I believe I'm going to meet Steve Walter from the Port Carling Snowmobile Club on site in the next few weeks to discuss the viability of where we had this. But in terms of terrain and slope, it's very similar to what the snowmobiles cross now, with dipping down into the valley where the wetland is in the middle of the property and then coming back up on the other side. It was definitely a chief consideration of ours that we wanted to maintain that snowmobile route through the property. And as far as the legal aspect of it is concerned, as many members of the committee are probably aware, snowmobile trails are often more of a handshake agreement type of thing currently, where they cross private property, and in many cases several private properties, as well as municipal road allowances and things like that. And it's just recognized that as an important amenity in central and northern Ontario, it's just allowed to continue. I think we'd be happy to establish more formally through an easement the ongoing ability of snowmobilers to use this land that we've specifically set aside for that purpose. So in a way, it's ensuring in a more robust sense that the snowmobiling will be able to continue through this property at least. And that's the part of it that we can control. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we'll go to Councilor Mazan.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. Question, I'm going to focus more on the visual impact of the height, because I feel like that was a common thread through some of the concerns. And I've been trying to take note from a number of the different delegates today. So I think it was figure 5, the elevation sketch, where I'm sensing most concern is from. Is that correct? I don't know, maybe we can put figure 5 up. And those are the ones that are beside the tower? I don't know.
I believe the same PowerPoint file has that figure in it as well as the last slide.
Just while we're waiting for it, it's this one. Okay.
I believe it's the last slide in that file.
So just while we're waiting for the slide to come up, it's the visual representation of the, actually there's the one, it's figure 5. It's an elevation sketch from the, from Telica Engineering. That's not on there.
It's
on page 252 of the report, if that helps.
okay, sorry, it might not be in that file. See if I can find it.
So I can ask the questions while we're looking for it, because it's simply a visual representation of, I think, an impact I'm hearing from the community, which the applicant, there's a variety of things. So I think I'm looking for clarity on the what has been taken into consideration to try and reduce the visual impact from land and water.
Yep, certainly. Through you, Mr. Chair. I think one of the chief considerations, again, while we're waiting for that slide to be pulled up, is that the height increase that we're requesting is actually going to allow us to save more trees on the property by way of making the development more compact. If we were to not include this built-in parking into the building and have typical exterior ground level parking, it would require a lot more site alteration. It would require a lot more tree removal. So we'd be seeing larger areas on each of these multi-res blocks denuded of trees, and therefore you're going to lose that tree cover. And so, even if you plant back trees as part of the landscaping plan, as another councillor mentioned, it's going to be 25, 30 years before they're tall enough to establish a significant tree canopy. So the goal is definitely to retain as many of the trees on each of these blocks as possible, and the height increase, although it might seem counterintuitive, actually helps to achieve that. The other significant thing that we did was create the large open space block that houses the highest point of elevation on the property. So I think we've got it up now. You can actually see there, it's 273 meters above sea level. That would be the highest point on the property. Then you've got about 60-foot tall mature tree cover, give or take, on top of that. So that will all be retained in its natural state. We won't be touching that. It won't be regrading, except for, very minor regrading to perhaps accommodate a recreational trail or something similar. The other point of reference there is the water tower. You can see in the image below, the water tower definitely does stick out above the tree canopy. You can kind of see that the anticipated maximum height, again, it's a maximum by law height of those buildings, will roughly make its way about halfway up the water tower. So you may see the tips of the buildings poking out, and obviously in leaf off conditions, you'll probably be able to see these buildings from certain vantage points in the town, or in the village, I should say. But the intent was definitely to keep the buildings below the tree canopy, and in that way mask them from view for most of the year.
So if I could have 2 supplementals, if I may, and it's specific to this particular topic, simply because historically what we have heard is the concern with the 5-story for every application, at least in my tenure here. I do note in the staff report that the fire chief is satisfied because you intend to have the interior sprinklers. The second comment, though, I do note in the staff report is we do have an ability to increase, is it the side lot lines? I'm trying to get to that part, Sam. From 25 to 50 feet. Is that correct? Is this where I'm looking at the, should committee be concerned with the increased height? We could look to do an amendment. Am I reading this incorrectly? About from 25 to 50 feet within the RM2 zone could be considered. Is that something that we could consider today?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So in the staff report, it was mentioned that there could be consideration given to increasing some of the setbacks potentially. It was noted that in the RM2 zone, the side yard and rear yard setbacks are 25 feet. And if there was, it was been presented as an option, as something to look at, that some of those setbacks could potentially be increased to provide a little bit more of a buffer from surrounding uses. And some of those lots, side or rear lot lines also fall in areas of quite steeper slope. So it's likely that the development plan, once finalized for those blocks, would likely not be encroaching directly into those or up to those side yard setbacks. So I don't know, the applicant or the applicant's agent might have more comments in that regard, but it's a consideration to have to increase those setbacks.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you. I would like to hear. Thank you.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. I think the preference at this point would be to provide as much flexibility within the building envelope as possible. We don't exactly know what the build out of each of these lots is going to look like yet. It's too preliminary from a design standpoint to do that. As Sam mentioned, obviously there are slope constraints on most of the multi-res blocks, and those would be areas that we would steer clear of anyway. And a lot of those areas are captured within the as of right yards, so there's some overlap there. It's hard to evaluate what the impact between a 25 to 50 foot setback would be at this time. But I can definitely say that the township will have further input on the development of the multi-res blocks through things like the development agreement and site plan control.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? I believe Councilor Nishikawa.
I just wanted to discuss with through you to the applicant a further discussion about the height. I, at this point, cannot approve of the additional height. However, was there consideration for essentially you would be losing one unit in the structure if I was to consider losing a whole floor. I'm just wondering if there was ever a conversation or any renderings done with variations of heights.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'll briefly comment, and then perhaps I'll let Max and Dennis speak more to the design element. There was consideration for a reduced height in the initial submission, which is one of the changes between the initial submission and this one, was we were not requesting this height increase, or at least to the same degree. And that was because we had not yet contemplated where the parking would wind up on the property. And again, that's one of the chief considerations for why we're increasing the height here, is to capture the parking within the building footprints, and in that way try to reduce site alteration to a minimum. I would clarify though that these units are intended to be back-to-back townhouses, so it's not, we're not talking about an extra floor of units. Each of the units will be vertical, so 2 or 3 stories vertically. That's where the height comes in.
If you can,
yes,
you can add.
Thank you.
If you can add through the chair to this answer, just to clarify once again, those are not apartment buildings; those are townhomes, and those are 3-story townhomes. So we have a ground level with kitchen, living area. You have a second floor with 1 or 2 small bedrooms, and a third floor with a master bedroom. And all that in a very compact form, so it is small and tiny, 1,600 square feet of living space between the 3 floors, and they're back to back. Now, the reason for the height increase is to locate the parking under those 3 floors, partially submerged underground, partially exposed, depends on the elevation. And because of the elevation, in some areas it would be completely exposed, where it's nearing a slope. So that adds to the total height of the building. And in addition to that, because we want to maintain the existing vegetation, we do not want to provide a standard traditional backyard on the ground level and then clear that area. Instead, we're providing rooftop terrace to those units. So in addition to the 3 stories, we do have a staircase and an exit onto the open terrace on the top of their 3rd floor. From zoning perspective, that adds additional height of this staircase exit on the roof. So just to clarify, chopping off some height is not going to reduce by 1 unit. It's going to make this particular design impractical and impossible, which will have to revert to just a regular traditional townhome where you have a different parking access, backyards, driveways, and much larger area of the site have to be graded and cleared, which is exactly what we're trying to avoid of doing.
Supplemental.
Thank you. I just would like to talk about the entrance from 118 or Medora further. I'm concerned, Director of Public Works isn't on the line, but the driveway itself, or the laneway as it shows, seems very narrow. And I would have liked to have seen what those improvements would look like, because it looks like we would be imposing on the existing building next door, or the existing businesses next door. And also I do have a concern that I just don't get the traffic flow. I have the same concern about being able to even, especially when our rush hour happens in the mornings, of being able to egress onto that property. I don't believe actually that this was discussed adequately at district, and I would be asking those similar questions. Certainly things have changed since 118 for sure, or like since 2018, I should say. But I am wondering, again, if you could state, first of all, about the reconstruction of the lane, because I believe that it would have to be brought up to standards, and the impact on other properties.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes. Councillor Bosworth. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry.
I wouldn't mind. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you. I believe the width of the access off Medora Street is 66 feet. Correct me if I'm wrong, Sam, but that is the width of a typical municipal road allowance. So we'd be working within a typical 66-foot road allowance. The properties off to either side, there's a complicated mishmash of easements and access rights of way for those properties off the municipal road. It's my understanding that those would essentially go away because this would become a public road, and so anyone would have the ability to gain access or egress off of that public road. So long term, we would not be providing any disruption to access to those properties. Short term, during construction, there might be some disruption, but I'm sure that can be figured out in due course.
I'm sorry, that really concerns me, because I understand, I see the amount of traffic that already happens through those businesses. And for us to say during these meetings that our concern is not about those businesses, those existing businesses that are already employing people locally, I'm going to ask staff, what can we do? Because I don't believe that we just wipe away every easement, for instance. I think that there is some things in place. I'd like to have a legal opinion on that, of where, in fact, sorry, respectfully, that just seemed like a very blanket, let's just wipe it all away. It's not that easy. And I would like to have further information, and I don't believe I'm going to have that today. But certainly that would be a conversation that has to happen where we could get a legal opinion of what exists today and what implications we would be forcing upon people to create this development for others.
Very, very good point. Thank you. Okay, now, Councillor Bosworth.
As the probably the most active snowmobiler on council, I'd like to just come back to that. The route that goes through Port Carling that currently crosses this land is a link between the sea route, which goes up on the west side of the lakes up to Port Carling, which is it's a major thoroughfare for snowmobiles. It links C route to D route. D route runs just through Bracebridge, and there's another route that's hundreds of kilometers long. I believe it goes all the way to North Bay. So we need to, between us and the district, we need to make sure that snowmobile trail does not close at any time, or we will see significant business loss in places like McTier, Bala, Port Carling, and all routes in between. That's just very important that we keep that. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. Councillor Zabitz.
Thank you. And through you, a couple of thoughts. Certainly here on the snowmobile effort, I'm hearing from the developers sensitivity to that. Thank you. And certainly we're all getting mail about that. So please keep that in mind. And it's certainly a necessity here. The other thing that I would ask, I suppose, is, right across the street from this proposed development is a apartment rental scenario in close proximity, which again, I'm not sure to the extent of the build out, but that is also going to put, as obviously will put a tremendous amount of weight, traffic weight on Highway 169 at that location. So that's a bit of a concern. But I do want to say on a different, more positive note, that as I drive the highways and byways of Ontario, I am noticing an incredible amount of development like this in small towns, villages that have for years and forever have had fallow property land available. And now with the housing impetus, they are being developed. And so all over, and I could give you 10 towns that I can think of as we drive through, all of a sudden there's 29 homes, 46 homes. And that's, I don't think we should lose sight of that. Certainly we're not going to, but I think in this regard, it's going to be a bitter pill for some people in our township and in this town of Port Carling. But I think we just need to do the best we can with these fine folks who are trying to work with us. Thank you.
Can we address something that was said about the easements of access from Medora Street? Just a technical follow-up, if I may. The existing easements will remain until the road is constructed and found in compliance by the district and assumed by the municipality, which is usually years after completion of at least initial phases. So throughout the stages of construction and upon completion of construction for a few years, it will still remain our responsibility to maintain the road. And as thus, all the existing easements for neighboring businesses, easements of access, remain in force. They cannot be removed. So it is our legal obligation to provide adequate access to those businesses during construction and after construction, and keep in mind their needs, because the easements is already something that we are inheriting. So that legal protection of our neighbors and their access is already in place. From technical perspective, the way the site is located, you can see it's kind of curved out with this long driveway, with the width of a driveway being 66 feet. This is the legal requirement for a municipal road. So the area there is sufficient to build a municipal road. So the legal protection of the businesses is there. They will be respected throughout the construction stages. We cannot just close this entrance for whatever reason. If we have to close it partially, we have to provide a partial access for a day or two of connecting of the underground sewers or water, but the easement cannot be interrupted from legal perspective.
Yeah.
Okay, any more questions? Yes.
I just wanted to clarify, under the trail, network discussion, that it wasn't considered, the snowmobile trails were not considered as the trail system throughout the complex. My concern is that trails in a subdivision, within a subdivision, are generally not motorized trails. And my concern would be that we're tending towards looking towards the motorized trails, but we're not really concerned about the actual walking trails. So I want to just ask that is not the only consideration that thing.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. No, that would be a clever play on words, but that's not the only trail that is being considered through the property. It's obviously a boon to the property as well as the town to maintain that snowmobile trail. We're also talking about a connective trail system through that central part of the property and into those open space blocks that we've created, that would be not only accessible to people in the subdivision, but also publicly accessible to people in the broader public. I know a lot of people in the area like to walk through that area as well right now. So the idea is to maintain that.
Are there any more questions before I read the resolution? And I have one. I would like the planning staff to consider the size of the water mains going in. You have 25 millimeter polyethylene pipe. No, well, just a second. Can I get to it, please? Thank you. We have had subdivisions in Gravenhurst and Bracebridge where they have not been able to supply enough water because of the poly pipe going in. And what they've had to do is put pressure pumps in, which don't last hardly a year. And they found out that because of the thickness of pipe, that it should be a little bit larger. But would you please check that out? That's all I'm asking. Thank you. My second question would be on blocks 89, 92, and 96. You had sort of recommended that we could go from 25 to 50 feet on those back lots off of Todd Home, if I'm not mistaken.
Thank you. So it was pointed out in the staff report that there is this a 25-foot setback would apply, and that a further setback could be considered to mitigate impacts. Sorry, I'm just trying to understand if you're asking that be for that to be considered further, or for that to be included, or is there a certain lot lines that you are considering?
Well, what I was looking at on page 249 is lots 89, 92, and 96. That goes on to the lots back onto Todd Home, which are residential lots. So trying to get them as far away from Todd Home as possible.
Thank you. Through you. If committee is considering reading the resolution, I've just made some my notes, and then Mr. Soya and Mr. Sher, please jump in if I've missed any. But I think just 2 or 3 comments were made by committee that you may wish to make changes to the resolution. And I would just look to the clerk whether we should do that now before it's read, or whether that needs to be done after. But the comments that I've heard that you may wish to add, and staff can certainly craft that language. We can add in the subdivision agreement a requirement that vegetation retention be considered on the single family dwelling lots, as well as, again, as Mr. Soya pointed out, with respect to the slopes and the multi-residential development site plan control will still apply. But on the single family lots, we can certainly include language that vegetation to the rear of building envelopes be retained, That was certainly one. I think as was discussed, obviously the snowmobile trail is a big issue. There are requirements in our conditions that any necessary easements be granted, but it's a general clause. It just refers to typically the township or other agencies. We could specifically put the snowmobile club, so it is a requirement that an easement be entered into or granted to them. I think that would ensure its exact location could still be negotiated if the applicants are comfortable with adding that language. And then lastly, I think what the chair was just asking, I believe Member Mazan did raise the question, although I don't know if there's consensus, and it was included in the staff report, the potential for an increased side yard setback on the multi-residential blocks where they abut the Todd Home subdivision from 25 to 50 feet. I can make all those changes to the resolutions again, before or after I look to the clerk, but again, I don't know if there was clear direction from the committee on those three things, whether you wanted to add. And again, Mr. Sharp may have a fourth that I missed.
And Mr. Sharp?
Through you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Pink, for that clarification. The only thing I would add is just a further note that I had taken was with respect to something with respect to construction access being from Foreman Road to the greatest extent possible. It sounded like to me that there may be some complicating factors with respect to that, but by and large, once those factors are addressed, it seemed to me that the Furman Road access could be used for construction. So again, perhaps look to Mr. Huizinga or the applicants to clarify if they have any concerns, but staff could explore something within an agreement to that effect as well. Thank you.
I think at this time, since we can to those resolutions and that I will go back to the owners right now and then go ahead.
We are pretty much in an agreement with majority of.
Sorry, can you speak up a little bit?
Sure. We are in agreement with majority of the adjustments you would like to make. And again, we'll try to accommodate town as much as we can. There is one thing that we cannot allow to do for technical reasons, increase of a buffers from the side setbacks from 25 to 50 feet. It may be prohibitive in some areas. So our intent is obviously try to put building in such a way so it's not bothering anybody else, neither existing people living in the area or new neighbors who are going to have single family lots right next to them. But because of the very unique and specific topography of the site, in some areas it will be impossible to have 25-foot setback. So if we were to include this very prohibitive language already from a get-go, that simply means that we're going to have another rezoning, because we're going to have a situation where now one particular building is located to 31 feet or 28 feet or whatever it is. So we would oppose to this one. Our intent is obviously to make sure, as you can see from the way we are looking at the site, we're trying to preserve it as much as we can. We're trying to preserve all the natural features as much as we can. And in our best interest to have all the buildings surrounded by mature trees, which means we'd like to keep them there. So having 25-foot setback, it's achievable. We can work with it. And our modeling was based on this. If we're now to include 50-feet setback, that may drastically change the shape of the buildings, the viability of the buildings, anything we need to do.
Or the grading of the site.
The grading of the site.
Detrimental to the site itself and detrimental to preserving slopes and vegetation.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Councilor Mazin.
Thank you, and through you, and I think it's intended to try and help with the resolution piece, because as noted, I was the one who initially brought up the question about shifting from the 25 to 50-foot buffer. So I just wanted to get confirmation from a re-clarification from staff that in fact, just given the topography, that this was something we could consider, but it would reduce the flexibility. And you felt that there's other controls that are in place to help manage the buffering and the vegetation rate. Is that correct?
It is correct that could be considered. It could be, I mean, council could recommend that those setbacks be increased. I would say that several of those locations along those rear lot lines closest to Todd Drive are have fairly steep slopes. So I would guess at this point, seeing that we don't have a development proposal in front of us, that the engineering of those sites and the slopes would necessitate some further setbacks along in those areas. But there's no assurance at this point. But there's also going to be the slope stability additional information that will be required, and there is a requirement for tree retention, so especially on slopes. So that may also be another factor, but it is something that can be considered. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And so with that, and I think with the description, I think Director Pink was trying to guide us as to the amendments that we could include in the resolution. And I think noted that there didn't seem to be general consensus. I'm satisfied with staff's description of how they believe they can manage the buffering in this particular case, the way it is already.
Okay.
So I'm suggesting we don't need to add that amendment unless everybody else.
Well, one of the things that we could do if staff and that is with site plan approval, have that in mind, to come up with a building envelope and get it as far back as you possibly can without something. Yes.
Thank you, Chair Edwards. Just with respect to that comment, I would only add that because of changes to the Planning Act, only the multi-residential blocks would be subject to site plan control. The single lots will not be subject to that process. So I'd just point that out. Thank you.
Looking at that, I believe most of those lots that we were talking about were the multi. Okay, thank you. And I think at this time it's 10 after 12. We'll stop for lunch and then you can come up with the resolution change rather than reading the resolution. And we will be back at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'd like to call the meeting back to order. Just waiting to see if there's our other councillors coming on board. Just waiting for Councillor Zabitz. Okay, we have quorum. Okay, as when we adjourn for lunch, we were just going to read a resolution. This is a amended resolution. Moved by Councillor McIntyre, second by Councillor Roberts. Be it resolved that District Municipality of Muskoka be advised that the Township of Muskoka Lakes has no concern with the draft approval of the proposed plan of subdivision S 2019/09 Muskoka Trails, subject to the conditions stated in report plan 2023-187, together with comments submitted by the Township Public Works surrounding stormwater management bond boundaries, retention of vegetation outside of building envelopes, the reference to snowmobile club in regards to granting of easements and satisfactory construction assets being included as part of the draft approval. Are there any questions? Yes, Councilor Nishikawa.
Thank you. I would like to discuss a few issues. The height. I'm still not comfortable with this height. I believe that this is, there's an issue that, we're creating a better parking situation. I don't believe we are. You still have to drive in. You still have to be able to have an exterior parking area to get to the parking area. And I don't, so we're not creating a scenario that we're allowing more trees to be there. You still have to create an area that is going to get to that area. So I'm really concerned that this committee understands these height problems. We have in the past turned down other developments and their height requests over 50 feet. I don't know what it looks like, and it's not my concern about the economic viability of this subdivision. My concern is of the impacts, and these townhomes are too high. I would also like to open up the discussion of changing the phasing of the development. So in fact, you just have to switch the numbers around. So the phasing the development actually starts off of Foreman Road. And whether you start the townhomes first or you start some of the other development, it actually is more beneficial, in my opinion, to start from Foreman Road and ensure that ensures our municipality that this development is going to get built out from that end first. And I believe that's a very, very important thing. Any of you that are driving down 118 during rush hour, which is 7 o'clock in the morning till 9 o'clock, is jam packed. I'm very, very concerned about the construction coming off of 118 in Medora and impacting other users. So I hope that committee will open up these conversations and really look at these height restrictions, because there is a reason why we've limited the height in the past. And as I said, it's not my concern that how many more levels can be added. I do have a concern because we don't have very many 3-story of anything in our township. And this is not where I want to start.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, Mayor Kelly.
Thank you. And through you, I actually had hoped to address the members of the public who took the time to come down here, but I see they've all gone home. So I will just talk to myself for a couple of minutes. I want to, which is probably not unusual, but
Selling
Yeah, listen, thank you. Just a couple of things. And first of all, I want to applaud everybody who came in and stepped to the microphone to make a comment. It takes guts. It takes a conviction to get up and do something about it. And I think that kind of engagement is always welcome and should always be welcome. However, I think it's important that we understand that every piece of real estate that's privately owned has certain rights to develop. And our job here, frankly, on this particular matter, our job is somewhat limited since it's the district that's the final approval authority on the subdivision agreement or plan of subdivision. But our job will remain consistent and the same. We're here to look out for the environment first. We're looking out for the quality of life in this township. Absolutely. We are kind of cascading down a little bit. We're worried about the character in town. I don't know, frankly, what that means. It's a fairly subjective test that I've been surprised when you take a look around town at some of the things that met the character test. I can tell you categorically, I think there's a tremendous interest, not just in this township, but throughout the district, throughout Ontario, and hopefully across Canada, that we find a way to accommodate people of different income levels and build attainable and affordable housing, which is why I zeroed in on that one when the developers were on the stage. I am very concerned about the traffic and I don't see an immediate solution, but then again, I haven't obviously spent much time, nor am I an expert on it. Getting in and out of that site off of 118 is going to be a challenge in the middle of the night. Trying to do it during the day and during, as Councillor Nishikawa calls it, rush hour, which I've never heard it called rush hour here before. When we have rush hour, you can hardly turn left out of here off of Bailey Street onto 118. So that's going to be a huge challenge. And we're funneling, I don't know, the number that I heard was 2.5 people. We're funneling another, 500 cars at any given time onto roads that a good chunk of the time are already overwhelmed with traffic. We do need a new updated traffic study. We do need to consider things like additional stoplights and better sight lines, for instance, at Foreman Road and 118, I think. But I'm confident we'll figure that stuff out. We need to get these issues raised and get them sorted. What I really want to address is the fact that when somebody comes and delegates to council or delegates to this committee and talks rather emphatically about how we're ruining life here and how we're creating, I think, if I'm not misquoting it, an open sore in Port Carling, it's out of line. It's not going to be productive. It's not going to solve any problems. It's not going to advance the dialogue. It's not going to create any reason for anybody to sit back and take note and give some serious thought. So anybody who has delegated, anybody who will continue to delegate, like I said, please come in and let us hear your perspective. But without mentioning names, take a page from Ms. Ledger, who came in with some fairly well thought out constructive proposals to make this a better place. Things like height restrictions, density issues, and things like the road access. Those are things we can work with. Those are things we can recommend to district that hopefully will make a change and make this a lot more appealing to everybody. Coming in and acting frustrated, acting scared, frankly, acting like this is just a NIMBY crusade isn't going to truck with me. It's not going to truck with very many of us. We need to hear something a lot more constructive than that in order to give us the ammunition we need to propose something different. I think I'll leave it at that. I'd like to just say that I thought the report was really well done. I thought Mr. Soya did a terrific job, and I know he didn't do it alone. I'm sure he had lots of input from his leader and others in the organization, but it was very well done. I look forward to finding some solutions to real life, real time issues that have been raised here and will undoubtedly be raised again later on until we find a way to solve some of these problems and build something we can all be proud of. Thank you.
Anyone else have any comments? Councillor Bosworth.
I expect that there will be quite a long road between this meeting and when we finally get shovels in the ground, and the designs and setbacks and layouts and site plan controls have quite a few steps to go through between now and then. My concern is that we give a bylaw exemption for height, and then through that process going forward, things morph and we end up with out parking underground. We end up with parking on driveways or in front of the building, and we still have a height constraint. And I just want to know if there's any method that we can ensure that it's completely understood the reason we're getting the height, giving the height exemption is merely to accommodate the underground parking and nothing else. And if you don't do the underground parking, you don't get the height exemption. Is there a way to make that happen?
Thank you. Anyone else? All right. Okay, yeah, was that okay? Who would you like to answer that?
I would like the staff to answer that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, through Chair Edwards. So, I mean, getting into that type of detail in a bylaw is typically not, is usually not done unless we're in a situation where there is a specific development that's been proposed, and the bylaw permits something as is shown on a schedule. In this case, it's my understanding that this is, I mean, at this point is conceptual. The final design of these blocks has by no means been finalized. And we're not really we haven't been provided with something really to do that in that regard. I don't know if Mr. Sharp or Mr. Pink have any other suggestions in terms of any such limitations.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair Edwards, and thank you, Mr. Soya, for that explanation. The only thing I would add is I would note in the draft bylaw, the exemption from the maximum permitted height requirement is not tied to a specific elevation schedule. If you wish it to be, then there would be a requirement for a minor amendment to include the elevation as a schedule to the bylaw. Perhaps Mr. Pink has further comments to add. Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, I think as they both have said, ideally we would have more detailed plans. I'm a little hesitant to attach an elevation at this stage because I think it's very conceptual and likely to change. I would foreshadow a little bit to a later discussion. Unfortunately, through traditional zoning, you can't impose conditions. Through your community planning permit system, you could. So here's one benefit of that switch. But what we could consider is potentially language within the bylaw that grants that height within only buildings that contain an attached garage. So perhaps we could accomplish it textually and stipulate that that height would only be permitted where a garage is attached within that building. Kind of thinking a little bit out loud, but I believe we could do something to that effect, and I see the agent nodding, so they seem agreeable to that.
Okay, Councilor Nishikawa had said that she's not happy with the 52-foot heights. Is there anyone else feel the same way, or is it? Okay, you'd like to comment on it, or?
No. Do we have to approve the height? Would suggest that you would say no.
Answer that.
The short answer through you, no, you're not obligated to approve the height. What I would also remind is I believe the resolution that's been read is right now just with respect to the plan of subdivision. So all we're contemplating right now is our comments to the District of Muskoka, the plan of subdivision. Subsequently, there will be another resolution for the zoning bylaw, and that's where the height is included. So we could have that further debate, and no, you're certainly under no obligation to approve that.
Okay. Councillor Burry, you have. Okay. Okay, so we've read the resolution. Is there any more? I will let them speak once, and that's the applicant. Go ahead.
Thank you, through Mr. Chair, for the opportunity. We respect the concerns brought up by members regarding the height exceedance. And the intent is explicitly to ask for this exceedance for the garage on a ground level per se within the building structure. So the wording proposed, the last iteration proposed, where it's only applicable if the parking is integral part of the building, that would be the ideal description of what we intend. And that would provide the protection to the town that nobody can come back and based on the zoning build just a regular apartment building. So if you want to put in this particular wording, that would be the exact description of what we envision, and that would provide the protection that the members of the councils are seeking for this exhibit.
Okay, thank you very much. So if there's no other comments, I've read the resolution. All those in favor? I can reread it. That's why I like to have all the comments and then put the resolution in, but anyway. Moved by Councillor McIntyre, second by Councillor Roberts, be it resolved that the district municipality of Muskoka be advised that the township of Muskoka Lakes has no concern with the draft approval of proposed plan of subdivision S 2019/09 Muskoka Trails, subject to the conditions stated in the report plan 2023-187, together with comments submitted by the Township Public Works Department surrounding stormwater management pond boundaries, retention of vegetation, outside building envelopes, and reference to snowmobile club in regards to granting of easements and satisfactory construction access being included as part of the draft approval. Yes.
Thank you. And I'm sorry, you didn't ask about, like, I wanted a further conversation about the phasing because I can't approve the application as it's brought forward at this time because of the access to 118.
Yeah.
And I would like a change in phasing. I really think that this project has to begin off of Foreman Road.
Okay. We've read the resolutions, which then people are allowed to make a comment afterwards, question or comment afterwards before we call the final vote. That's the way we've been doing it.
Yeah, that's correct. I thought I heard you call for the vote.
No.
That's all, but if I misunderstood.
No, I didn't call at the time. I was going to call for the vote. Somebody asked me to reread it, which
Right.
I did. And now there's
Okay.
comments.
Sorry, I apologize.
Okay. Yes.
Thank you. I'm just a little confused. The language says the township of Muskoka Lakes has no concerns with this. But the concerns that we have, you're saying are going to be embedded in the next resolution.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just to help committee you through the chair, what you have is actually two applications in front of you. You have a zoning application that needs to rezone the lands to R1 and some multi-residential zoning together with the height. That resolution would be next. You also have a plan of application for a subdivision that's before the district, and we've been requested to make comments. That is the resolution that's been read. What we did, instead of having the chair read the first 4 pages of your report, we've essentially said all of those conditions in your report would be our comments to the district. So all of those are captured. They touch on a number of things. And again, we're happy to read it if you wish, but we are to be efficient there. But we've added in the additional 3 or 4 things you've heard this morning. One, the subdivision agreement will contain terms satisfactory to us with respect to construction access. I think what I heard from the agent is likely phase 1 would not be appropriate off Foreman because the services are off 118 or Medora. So it'll be probably grossly inefficient to extend municipal services down Foreman Road to then come up Foreman when they're already at the existing entrance off Medora. However, we can, in the subdivision agreement, state that only phase 1 will be used for construction access, and at phase 2 and beyond, Foreman Road would be used to lessen any impacts to those business owners. We also included, again, the subdivision agreement will contain language about retention of vegetation outside of building envelopes. Also, that the snowmobile club will be granted an easement. So again, that'll be a future negotiation. And then lastly, I believe it was Mr. Sawyer would have touched on Public Works submitted their comments and added with respect to just the boundary of the stormwater management pond. So those were not captured in the report because they were captured to today's discussion. So essentially it's all those conditions in the report plus those 4 matters.
Okay. Yes.
To accommodate Ruth's comments, which I think are very meaningful, could we not request that we have no problem with, we would prefer access through Foreman Road and would request a review of whether they're able to change the ordering of the, you know, the Division 1 versus Division 2, or what we call it.
So I think to clarify what we have is sort of 2 issues, and they are distinct although related. There's phasing, which I think the applicant has clearly shown his 4 or 5 phases. And I'm not an expert in that with respect to utilities underground, and I think they spoke to it at length. But I don't know how open they are to changing that phasing plan. It really depends on the sort of normal build out of development and where the services are in the ground. And then there's with respect to how construction access will occur. We did add language with respect to construction access because once they hit phase 2, I think they can start using an alternate entrance. So there's 2 issues. They seem amenable, or it appeared they were agreeable to having that inclusion in the subdivision agreement. I did not get the impression that the phasing plan is really something that can easily be changed. But those seem to be the 2 issues, and I think we're addressing the construction access relatively easily. Phasing, that would require further amendment to the resolution.
Okay, are there any other questions or comments before I call the question? Seeing none, all those in favor? Okay, that is carried. Any opposed? Okay, thank you. That's carried. Okay. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to read this resolution. We can have questions or comments. I will not be calling the question until everyone has had their say. Moved by Councillor Kent, second by Councillor Nishikawa. Be it resolved that Planning Committee recommend to the Township Council that zoning bylaw amendment said BA 4521 bylaw 2021-114 amended Foreman Road Holdings Limited. Excuse me. Roll 5/3.081-04 be approved, subject to the following minor amendments to permit a maximum residential dwelling density of 29.6 acre on block 89 and 27.9 acre on block 92, and to replace Schedule 2 with the revised zoning sketch. Now, any questions or comments? Yes.
To confirm, this is where we get to discuss the height.
Yes.
Okay, and again, I implore people very, very much to consider this. Where have you seen in our township anywhere a building that is 52 feet high? And the impacts, I've seen it, it's not great. And especially this time of year when there's no leaves on the trees. This is very much precedent setting. That in fact, if we get any more of these applications, so for instance, Hannah's Landing, there's another next possibility of that development coming forward and making those similar requests. 52 feet is very, very high. And I don't believe that a parking location, they've already established the parking thing. We're not doing this to save trees or anything else. Yes, you'll have a place to drive into, but you've already had that area cleared to get there. I don't believe that it is a good practice that we start extending the size of our buildings, the height of our buildings, to 52 feet for sure. I think we need to look at that number, and it may not be 35 feet, but it sure shouldn't be 52 feet, in my opinion.
Thank you. Yes. Councillor Kent.
Thank you. I'd support that as well, because when you look at, and I don't know the history here, but when you look at a place like Tremblant, I mentioned this in another one, and you look at Martha's Vineyard, and you look at some of the great small communities where they've done construction, they're building codes. One of the building code issues would be height of the buildings. You get to Tremblant, there's not a building above a certain level. They build them into the side of the hills. They're required in certain colors. I know we can't take the train back 20 years when we should have put these things in on the way buildings look, but I see no reason to start now making it worse. Let's keep it as low as possible, more consistent with this kind of neighborhood. And if we set it precedent now, I think we're in really bad shape. And I mean, I don't know if that's a building code issue, that we'd have to establish it in some building code. And this is my ignorance, but I don't support going to 52 feet. I think it should be 2 floors or whatever the right level of, as a minimum or maximum in the community.
Anyone else on that? Councillor Bosworth.
I'm very nervous about this height one as well. We have not seen any designs of what these buildings would look like. We haven't seen, how much space is going to be saved and how many fewer trees will be cut down by adding this extra footage. We've had an explanation about a desire to do so, but with scant data, we are giving a precedent, as Councillor Nishikawa has pointed out, that will probably haunt us for a long time. That's why my concern was to make sure that it was contingent upon doing what they said they were doing, and otherwise it goes back to our bylaw limit. It would be very helpful if we'd had an analysis that shows exactly how much exterior parking spacing is being saved by this extra height. And neighbors are worried about it, and I think it's pretty true that once the leaves are gone, it doesn't really matter how tall the trees are. These will be very visible. And that's probably 5 months of the year. So I am nervous about it, and I'd like just to understand it more. And I don't think we have enough data.
And
Just
supplemental.
quick thought, supplemental. There's no drawings in there that I could see of what the townhouses. There's one picture of the residential building, but I'd like to see and feel. I mean, they could do an aerial and put the things on there, and not just that one little picture with the mountains, but show us what these views are going to look like. Because I mean, then there's no pictures of the housing, which is it's not. I know it's not phase 1, but I'd like to see those so you understand how they fit into the landscape.
Okay, thank you. And I believe Councillor Mazin was next.
Thank you, and through you, and this may come back as another comment or question actually for staff. I note that in the report, what is the maximum height of a building currently in the urban setting of Port Caroline? I feel like I read that in your report, and I'm trying to.
So the typical height is maximum height is 35 feet. There are a few scenarios where greater heights are permitted. I believe for resort properties, heights go up to 40 and 45 feet, depending on the specific zone. But typically residential development is limited to 35 feet.
Thank you. Just a quick supplemental. I found it in the report. I'll just read out the sentence. It says, therefore, the proposed height of 52.5 feet is 17.5 feet, 0.5 feet higher than other permitted residential development and 7.5 feet higher than any permitted commercial development in the urban center. So commercial would be at 45 and residential is at 35. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Yeah, thank you for that clarification. Thank you.
Is there anyone else? Yes, Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you. And through you, I suppose further to that question to David, you brought us this again. Staff's brought this forward. I wonder if you could, in 2 sentences or less, defend it. I mean, that's what we're talking about here. This height, which is beyond what we allow in a residential scenario. I wonder if you could, David.
Go ahead, David.
Thank you. I guess to clarify, I wouldn't say we brought it, staff. Obviously, property owners have a right to make applications. Also not sure if I can end it. But if it does help with the deliberation, I think it's fair to say staff also struggled with the height request. It is substantial. We do with site-specific proposals. I think we lended weight to it, given fairly significant slopes where the multiple residential buildings are proposed. So while it does seem numerically large, keep in mind that's really just the one side or the face, but they're trying to work within the land. Perhaps it might not be met with great favor, but in some act of general good faith or direction to the applicants, perhaps a height closer to the commercial permissions of the 40 or 45 feet. And obviously the applicants would have the ability to come and reapply for a minor variance or a further exemption once they have detailed design, and we can review, very specifically the property, the contours, the design, and the impacts to neighboring lands a little more fully, perhaps as a reasonable compromise through this. Hope that helps somewhat.
Yes, Mr. Sawyer.
I just wanted to bring up a couple other considerations that have gone into this, and parking has been brought up now. How much parking are we really saving by putting parking within the building envelope? And apartment dwellings, for apartment dwellings, our zoning bylaw would typically require 1.75 parking spaces per unit. And plus an additional one parking space for every 2 units for visitor parking. So that would equal about, it equals 576 parking spaces. So just wanted to mention that. So it is we wouldn't know right now where that would be or what those parking arrangements would look like, but to achieve that sort of a density on these lots as is proposed, that's the numbers that would be required. It quite likely wouldn't make it possible to achieve those densities, and hence the suggestion to put them within the building envelope. And then another just a consideration is that our bylaw measures slope from the peak of the roof down to the lowest exposed grade of the building. So these buildings, which would contain multiple units, if you can imagine them on a slope, some of these multiple residential blocks are quite sloped. So to fit some of these buildings on here, they will be on sloped surfaces. It would be expected, some degree of slope, and measuring the entire building's height from the highest point of the roof to the lowest exposed grade down the slope will in effect result in buildings that may have quite a bit of lesser slope on the uphill side and a greater slope on the downhill side. And this would the greater height, and the applicants have explained this as well, and we've talked about that, is one reason why they are requesting a greater height, is to accommodate for that, the way that height is measured. Hopefully that provides some context. Thanks.
Thank you. Sorry, I was trying to frantically find this while I was asked that last question, but perhaps to help with bit of context, I think most councillors are probably familiar with the development across the road. It was referred to earlier today. There were several 3-phase apartment building. The first has been constructed. And again, there were comments regarding precedent. That property was granted approval by council to go to a height of 40 feet. So it did increase. And again, I think you can all picture probably driving by that property. Again, the buildings are tucked in. It's fairly well vegetated surroundings. I don't find that height personally obtrusive or impact or precedent setting across the township. That was a height of 40 feet to provide some context.
Yes, Councilor Nishikawa.
Could I ask the question, would committee approve a height of 40 feet?
Well, actually, the developer would like to say something, and I normally wouldn't when it goes to the council. Maybe they'll say, yes, they could live with 40 feet.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak again, Mr. Chair. I can't speak on behalf of the developer, but I can say that just for the benefit of the discussion that we're having right now, I just want to emphasize again that the maximum height we're requesting is a maximum. So, we're not necessarily asking that every one of these buildings will be built exactly at 16 meters in height. It's intended to provide us the ability to design these buildings on these sites in a manner that we can not have to come back before council and make adjustments for this in the future. So along with the comments that Mr. Soya provided regarding how bylaw height is calculated, which may result in a building being technically 16 meters in height on one side, 12 meters in height on the other side, depending on how the buildings are situated on site. I think that's another consideration is that we're asking for a maximum. We're not necessarily asking that each of these buildings will present as 16 meters in height on a flat surface.
What I'm getting from committee, they might approve 40 feet. And if you need a little bit more, they could give it rather than a blanket 50 feet and then, oh, well, we don't need it, you're going to build it. I don't know what committees think on that. And that 40? Any thoughts on that?
Mr. Chair, would I apologize for the intrusion, but would we be able to have the developers comment on that?
I just, at this point in time, I want to pick up on something that Director Pink said. We drive by those 40-foot buildings just off of 118 every day that aren't, there are vegetation, situated among some local vegetation, but there's not a lot of topography there to blend into. And I certainly don't find them offensive. If somebody had asked me, I never would have guessed they were 40 feet. We're talking in the abstract about something we can't see, something we can't visualize. If I'm going to suggest, not recommending anything, but I'm going to suggest that if those are 40-foot buildings, I drive by them all the time and they don't take offense, I don't avert my eyes, that I'm going to suspect that 50 feet, just 10 more feet, among the topography and the tree vegetation there, as long as it's predominantly preserved, isn't going to offend either. But that's just my thought. But the problem is, we're just pulling numbers out of thin air. Quite frankly, I don't think any one of us can visualize what we're actually talking about. There's no sort of model to look at, or there's no way to imagine it short of, I guess, seeing some better schematic than we have to look at right now. I also want to just pick up on and I want to make sure I'm not confusing buildings. To the extent that part of the 50 feet is to accommodate an underground parking, I won't call it underground, but a under building parking, then notwithstanding what Councillor Nishikawa suggests, that's one less car to park outside in the parking lot. We may need ingress and egress and exit. We may need a way in and out with it, but you get it out of the sight line and get it under the building. We still have a 1.75 cars to deal with per unit or whatever that number rolled up to. But the fact is, for every car we park underneath a building is one less car we have to park on the surface somewhere.
Any other comments? Oh, yeah, we have just a minute. We have Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you. And through you, I did not know what the mayor was going to say, but I totally subscribe to his theory. I get nervous when I hear all of a sudden, how's 40 feet? I mean, I don't think that's why we're here today. And I think we should be giving this a higher level look. I like the idea of some flexibility, whether it's 50 feet, 52 feet. Point being is we are in extraordinary times. We do need housing. I think, the mayor will have rights. The mayor has powers around Ontario, thanks to good old Doug Ford. So, people are doing extraordinary things. I don't think this is too extraordinary. I didn't even know that building was finished across the road. So my point is, I think we're just splitting hairs here. And I'm embarrassed that we would be suggesting and just throwing out a number when the people have brought us a solid document. We've got staff sitting here telling us that it seems like a reasonable request. And I would certainly support the mayor on that position. Thank you.
Okay. Yes.
I would just, it's not that I would beg to differ, but I would suggest that I would rather see a limitation and a requirement to come back and show us the drawings and the schematics before you say 50 is okay. We are making decisions in a complete void. There's no pictures, there's no grades, and I don't think that's even been completed yet. So yes, it's a good package, it's all there, and I'm new to this file, but I'd rather require them to come back with that information by putting a restriction in. That's my personal
Okay,
preference.
thank you. Anyone else? Yes, Councillor Bosenworth.
Yeah, I don't mean to belabor it, but if we had some idea of how these buildings fit into the side of the hill, as an example, and we found out that, you know, half or 2/3 of the building was actually much lower than 52 feet. And it was only, and it was the downside of the hill where this extra height was going to happen. You know, that might make it all a lot easier for us to say yes to this. But I just feel like we are giving, you know, we are giving absolute certainty through a bylaw amendment to a new height with, you know, a promise for underbuilding parking, but not really knowing what that means other than what we think it means, because that's what we've been told. I'm uncertain. I would prefer to have more data, but you know, if we have to move forward, I guess we will have to move forward, but I'm not happy with it.
Okay, I'm gonna go off script a little bit and ask the developers, you've heard what the concerns are. If you could live with 40 feet, and then if you had to for one building or two buildings to go a little higher, if it wouldn't fit in, would you be amenable to that?
Through Mr. Chair, perhaps we can flip it all around and make it easier for everybody. The whole idea of 52 feet, it's clearly because this particular building's not going to be sitting on a flat surface. If it would be on a flat surface, we wouldn't be discussing 52 feet right now. The way the bylaw is written, no matter how long your building is, it may have 5 or 6 townhouse units in it. And one unit is higher than the other one because it's all sitting on a slope. So what you're obligated to do is you're supposed to go to the lowest point and compare it to the highest point. So it's not the height of each particular roof in each particular bedroom you're talking about. You're talking about the unit number 6, comparing the ground floor of unit number 6 with the roof of unit number 1. And this is what gives you the height. It's not that the actual building would be sitting this tall. So perhaps to make it easier for everybody to understand and to clear all the misunderstandings, maybe we can do it in a different way, because the intent is to have 3-story functional building with a partially exposed underground garage and a rooftop access. This is all we're asking about. That's it. So maybe instead of specifying any type of height altogether, we can specify that building can be 3-story building, which is townhouse, standard townhouse, with a roof access and underground, partially exposed underground garage. That's it. And whatever is going to happen in each particular slope is going to be whatever it is in each particular slope. You can easily imagine yourself 3-story building, not being on a flat surface, but being angled. This is what you're going to have. We understand the hesitation to put 52 feet as a blanket for the future developments to make sure nobody going to come back and build whatever 5-6-story buildings. We understand this, so maybe we can avoid it altogether.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so any other comments or questions? Yes.
Thank you. And I appreciated getting that further comment, and I wouldn't mind hearing from Director Pink how we accomplished that because that did provide me a little bit of clarity on the baseline. Like if you just took these and they were on a flat surface, do we know the height then if that was all on a flat surface of these facilities? And what we're talking about is a variable because of our zoning bylaw. then that kind of changes the metric. And if there's a way for us to accommodate this without it feeling like it's such a precedent setting.
I think through the chair, what I heard or what I think could be done is similar to earlier comments about changing the bylaw to require attached garage. I think you could stipulate that height, but only permission for a 3-story maximum building. So essentially it's recognition that it's as a result of the grade. And I think that's what Mr. Soya and myself were referring to earlier as to why staffs were able to support this. It's really as a result of the slopes on the property and how our zoning bylaw measures height. But we could in the bylaw stipulate a maximum story limitation. And that way, council could take comfort that it would only be those 3 stories.
Thank you.
Yes, Councilor
Just to
Nisbet.
clarify, yours through you to David, the 3 stories does not include the garage.
Through the chair, that's the applicant to confirm, but that's my understanding of what I've heard today. That would be 3 stories plus lower level garage.
Okay, one last time, because this is unusual.
I appreciate the opportunity, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Very briefly. Yeah, so if we're thinking of going down that path, the buildings would be considered 3-story buildings. They would have a partial basement parking level, and each one of these units would also have a rooftop access, which I believe would also contribute to bylaw height. I don't think there's any exception in the bylaw for ornamental structures or structures covering a portion of the rooftop. So we'd be talking about a 3-story building with underground parking and rooftop access. If I could just provide a very brief anecdote for a very similar situation that we encountered with this in Huntsville. We were developing the waterfront at Grandview condos at the former Grandview Resort. Very similar situation. We had a sloping property. We were proposing multiple residential buildings. We didn't exactly know what the height of each of those buildings would be after all the engineering and all the construction related factors took shape. We did end up putting in a site specific bylaw for that property, capping the buildings at 3 stories and also threw in a maximum height in terms of feet, so that those 3 stories couldn't be 30-foot stories, so that you have a 90-foot tall building. So that is a mechanism that I have seen used in the past and I've worked on, and it worked out quite well in that case.
Thank you very much. Any other comments on? Yes, Councillor Bosworth.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. I don't want to leave the impression that I am against this in any aspect of this. I'm just looking for some assurance. I am very excited about how the applicant wants to maintain as many trees as possible. Keeping trees from in the backyard of every lot, I think, is a fabulous intent, and I want to support that as much as possible. And if putting 1 car under means we've got 30 or 40 or 50 cars fewer parked on surface, I think that's a wonderful idea. I'm just a little concerned that time changes and economies changes. We could one day be talking to a different applicant who doesn't have the same degree of sensitivity. And so I just was looking for some sort of certainty. And I think Mr. Pink's suggestion is probably a good one, that we could put in some maximum floors or just make it clearly as the developer has mentioned. And I would highly encourage that.
Okay, so what I've heard is 3 stories. Now, I've also heard what is the story. In other words, is it 10 feet, as the gentleman said, it could be 30-foot story. So what is a story? And that standard 12 feet, which would be 36 feet. Plus the parking garage. And some buildings actually have underground parking. Some buildings actually have complete underground parking. I know of one with 3 underground levels that are covering it. So if this is what I'm asking, I'm trying to get to an end point here. Yes.
I thought the engineer suggested 3 floors to a maximum of X feet. So
Well, a maximum of what?
the way he suggested it was.
Through you, once again, Mr. Chair. Again, going back to that anecdote about the Grandview condos, what we did was specify that the building was to be 3 stories with a maximum height of X feet, whatever the height was for the Grandview building. So in this case, the request would be for 52 feet, but with a maximum of 3 stories. And that it's tough to wrap your head around, I appreciate, but it accommodates for some flexibility in the determination of bylaw height, as Sam and David have mentioned. We're looking at a situation where, you know, we're talking about the very lowest point of a multi-unit building.
I'm well aware of that, sir.
Certainly.
Well aware of that.
Yep.
But what I'm asking you then is at Grandy, what is a story? 12 feet?
So the point of that exercise was to ensure that even if a certain number of feet was guaranteed through the zoning, that the building that was constructed would only be 3 levels. You couldn't do a 4-level building and therefore intensify the site with more units.
No, but as you said, and I have had applications come in here asking for 11-foot ceiling height and that. So, you know, that's what I'm trying to get for the members that are not too happy with 52 feet.
Yeah. So I think I would say 12 feet is a pretty standard height for a story. You might see another 10 to 12 feet for the parking level, partially exposed above ground, and then another 6 or 7 feet for the rooftop access. So 52 feet that's essentially how we arrived at that number when we presented it to staff, was that we were trying to accommodate more or less an envelope within which that 3-story building could be constructed.
Right, we have counselors that are not happy with 52 feet. I'm trying to get an end here that we can get this passed at 3 stories. And that I would just as soon see it as I think it was a counselor in Chicago said 40 feet. And they could come back if one was needed a little bit more. And that is our standard. Or do you want 52 feet? I'm at your beck and call. Yes.
I'm very, very concerned not having something in front of me. And my bigger picture. So now I'm hearing about this, and I guess I didn't pay enough attention, but I'm now hearing about this rooftop patio scenario. And I picture them overlooking people's backyards. And that concerns me because again, I'm just imagining, I just don't have anything in front of me to relate to. And so I can't, like, other than going back to your suggestion of the 40 feet or only because we've seen that in the past. And we know, for instance, the Ripplewood is at that height. As a neighboring property, I consider that, even though it's a road, kind of thing, but I'd be happy with that. But again, I can't, I'm finding it very difficult that we would be approving anything without actually having information in front of us. And the impact, for instance, what does 42 or 52 feet look like looking over other people's?
Thank you. Yeah.
At some risk, I will suggest that if you want to see what 50 feet looks like with parking underneath it, I venture that if you take a look at the house I live in across the road, built in 1904, it's 3 full stories, built on a slope with an underground drive-in garage at the back. And my bet is it's at least 50 feet high at the back, the way we're measuring it. It's not 50 feet from the front, but I guarantee you it is from the back because it's built on a slope.
Yes.
I think having a schematic, you do this for any real estate project. You get a vision, a picture of what it looks like, they put the background and the mountains and hills behind you into the slope. Then you know what you're talking about. We're talking about, the only thing I've seen is the multi-high-rise buildings. I have no idea what the rest of it looks like. And I think you give them freedom to go and approve it with a condition on coming back above X, X height, and show us what the schematics looks, and we can approve it then. Envision it on top of a hill sticking out. say they're not gonna do that, you never know.
Okay, anyone else? Yes.
Thank you, and through you, perhaps the staff. If the request right now is the need to see what this looks like visually, is that a reasonable ask for the applicant at this point? Like, they seem very specific when they're talking about unit number 1 is going to be at this height, unit number 6, like they've done the homework. And I think what I'm sensing is that people would feel much more comfortable having that institutional knowledge shown to us. Is that a reasonable ask?
Go ahead.
And certainly I can appreciate, again, the desire for wanting to see those details. I think there is a figure in the report that is largely conceptual that perhaps member Sally Moyer Kent referred to. That is there. However, it's fairly conceptual at this stage. It's a bit of a chicken and egg thing. Obviously, they're not investing in architectural drawings at this stage when they have yet to even receive subdivision approval. So I think they're looking for that flexibility and would come back. I think it really boils down to there appears to be some members who, again, are not willing to approve without those details, while others, I can certainly go over some of those restrictions we can add with respect to a limit to the number of stories requiring the garage and then a height per story that might alleviate the concerns heard. It seems to be the split, and I don't know if a straw vote might settle that, and we can.
Well, that's what I'm concerned about. But another thing that I've heard that may bring a concern in is roof access. So now you got somebody 6 foot tall standing on a 52-foot high building partying at night, and the neighbors over on Todd Home get all that view. So I don't know. Yes.
If I may just have a quick supplemental to the question I'd asked earlier. Given that we've got an expert engineering company and we know the technology exists whereby you can take the built form, the graphic that's provided to us and insert it into the actual setting. That's a very common practice now, and help us see what this might look like visually, because I'm hearing it from the applicant and yourself as to the technology exists today to help us see this visually. And I think that could help offset some of the questions. So I guess I'm asking I don't want to try and hold up this, because if this is the stopping, I'm trying to help here, is that if there's a condition that they can come back and show us visually what this looks like before we do the final approval, is that a reasonable ask? So I keep coming back, I guess, is that a reasonable ask?
David?
Again, if that's something that council needs in order to make an informed decision, I think it's reasonable. I don't know. Again, I don't want to step out of order if the applicant can respond, but perhaps could provide more detailed drawings before any final decision is made before council. Perhaps that may assist.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. I'm certain we could probably pull something together that would give council a better view at what exactly is being contemplated. Again, it would still, I would throw in the caveat that it would still be conceptual, because we wouldn't have the homework completed in terms of the site specific grading studies, engineering plans, and things like that. But it might give a better, maybe if I'm picturing like a 3-dimensional rendering or something like that, that may give council a better idea of what exactly that's going to look like on each of these properties. And I don't know if Max and Dennis, they have more experience preparing renderings than I do, but they might have something to say about that as well, if the chair would permit.
Okay, thank you very much.
If you may add to this reply, however, through Mr. Chair, considering the required engineering detailed studies that are absolutely needed to provide such a rendering, it is not feasible at this stage. We have provided as much information as possible through presented elevation of the proposed buildings, as well as sketch outlining the referenced height of those buildings compared to the slopes and top elevations and tree canopy. Providing any kind of rendering without further studies would possibly be misleading for the council, and this is the last thing we want to do. We don't want to mislead. Going through with the studies for this size of a site with this topography is over $1 million endeavor between engineering studies and architectural, which will also take close to 6 to 7 or 8 months, delay the project by at least a year. And on top of it, we cannot proceed with this expense without the certainty of zoning approvals being granted in place and support of this council for our project. So on one hand, we provide as much information as we can. We have disclosed clearly our intent of the type of building to be constructed, which is very similar in height and magnitude to whatever is built across the road. We cannot provide any further details because that would be either misleading or too expensive to proceed now without your approvals.
Thank you very much. Okay, I guess I'm going to have to do a straw poll. And that, David, how did you have it worded there before about 3 stories? The maximum of 3 stories?
Through you, I think what staff can do, certainly in the resolution, add reference to whatever height is permitted, to limit it to what we've heard is 3 stories. I believe a maximum height of 12 feet per story, and to require that that height only be permitted where an attached garage is located in an underground floor. And then staff would be tasked with actually crafting that language in the actual bylaw. And again, we would do that if approved by council, but I think we would be able to do that.
Okay, do I have a general consensus of this?
Take 5.
Plus a rooftop access, because that may be considered a store in some municipality.
We need 5 minutes to make an amendment.
Okay, well, I want to see if everyone is in agreement with this. They can use make an amendment and find out.
I
it's-
thought you had.
Okay, straw vote on that, so. Okay. Yeah, straw vote, so who's in favor of that amendment? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It looks like we can make the amendment. We'll take a 5-minute break, or however long it takes Mr. Pink to bring it up. Thank you. I'd like to call the meeting back to order. Okay, and moved by Councillor Kent, second by Councillor Nishikawa. Be it resolved that the motion be amended to add to only permit a height of 52.5 feet for apartment dwellings on block 89, 91, 92, 96, where a maximum number of stories is 3. The maximum height per story is 12 feet, and where an attached garage is included. Any questions or comments on that?
Attached basement garage.
Oh, sorry, attached basement garage. You've heard, yes?
Well, I obviously prefer a lower number and the ability to come back, but if we have to go with that, I think you also need to make sure that the rooftop that they've threw on some of these pictures is included in the maximum height. Like, I don't want a 52-foot building with a 10-foot, you know, covered rooftop on top with views and everything. That's now we're like going to be 60 feet. So people standing on top of a building on a rooftop is extra height. So I'd like to see some noting of the rooftop included in the maximum height that you're agreeing on.
Anyone else? Yes.
Sorry about that. And I did mention this before, so I'm sorry it didn't get captured in the resolution, but I would not want a rooftop activities whatsoever. I wouldn't want somebody to be up 52 feet overlooking, you know, basically standing another 5 feet, 10 feet, or whatever that number would be. However, if that's what the rest of council is approving, then that's what the rest of council is approving.
Okay, thank you for mentioning that. Does anyone else have concerns about it? Like what it is there 50 feet, 52.5 feet in the air on top of looking in all the backyards? It'd be on Todd Home and everything else like that.
That's included or not?
Well, that's what I'm trying to get to the bottom of. And that, like I say, there's nothing to say at this resolution to stop any but use of the roof. And that, Councillor Bosworth.
Well, this all bridged back to the point that we're all fussing around, that we're trying to give a height limit without any idea of what we're approving. And I think the 3 stories and the basement or the garage at the bottom of the 3 is livable. I would like some comments from Mr. Pink about if you turn the, you know, how do we handle the rooftop terrace? Is that something that we could say yay or nay to, or can you have a rooftop terrace on top of your 52-foot house or building?
Okay. Mr. Sharp.
Thank you, Chair Edwards. I just thought I would refer, and again, I know that it's completely conceptual at this point, but figure 3 in our staff report. I'm having trouble with the agenda package, so I don't know what page the agenda package is or what page this figure is on in your agenda package.
223.
Pardon me?
223.
223. So you can see that the upper level, or the units that would be on the upper story, they each have a balcony extending off, but there's no, you know, quote unquote rooftop amenity space being shown on these conceptual drawings. So I think it may be perhaps a bit of confusion. Really, what I would refer to those features as, it's more of a balcony than any type of rooftop amenity space. And I'll let Mr. Pink answer the question that was directed to him. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Pink.
I believe the question was, or just in response to the question, the rooftop terrace would not be considered a story, so it would be permitted. If council wishes to prohibit that, I have to amend the resolution to expressly prohibit any ability to access the rooftop or to have any sun deck or terrace space in that location.
I see 1, 2, yes.
I had
Yes.
a follow. I guess I'm surprised other members of council don't want to see what they're talking about before you approve it. Why is it such a big deal to ask them to come back? I'd love to hear what other people think. Seems to me like this is such a big development. It's not one single family house we're talking about here. We're talking about a massive development that's going to change the whole community of Port Carling. And we're willing to say, oh, it might be 52 feet. Oh, it might be 60 feet. Oh, it could be 40 feet. It might be over the rock. It might not be. Let's see some pictures.
Yes, Mayor Kelly.
Thank you. And through you, we're talking about a development of houses, of personal residences in an urban core. And if you took a car ride from Peninsula Road into this part of town here, you'd go by gas stations, you would go by marinas, you'd go by light industrial activity, cabinet makers. I'm just struggling to understand which part of that forms the character that we're offending, which part of that route and I'm not knocking it. It's thriving, it's healthy, it's lively, it's part of life in a small urban center. And we are now proposing, or we're not, but somebody's proposing to build up to 300 and some odd units for additional people to come and live in our midst and contribute to the economy and contribute. And I can't find where we are offending the local character. Part of what we decided when a couple of years ago we permitted the construction of a CCAN was that a CCAN didn't offend the local. But it is what it is. It's part of that route. And so I'm just struggling to understand what we're trying to protect. I just don't get it. I think this is how urban development proceeds. It's not homogeneous. It's not well, I guess some of it is suburbia, but it has different feel, different character. It has a mix of industrial and employment lands, a mix of residential lands. And my concern is the environment. And we have some sensitive land here, EP1 land. We have we're on a water course between two large lakes. Everything we do has to be to protect the environment. But in terms of character, which is really all we're talking about here, I don't know what character we're finding offensive, or what character compared to what we find it offensive.
I appreciate your comments.
Yes.
Through you, thank you. I appreciate your comments. What I've seen developments built, they're all outside of Toronto. You just drive 45 minutes out of Toronto, half an hour of Toronto. They're not attractive. Okay. I realize we get gas stations, we get things. My concern is it would be nice to know what it looked like before you approved it. And I don't think anybody wants cement block looking kind of places. I'd love to know like, I'll use an example. There's a development in Collingwood called Snowbridge. It's a big development. It took over an entire area of a beautiful green area, but it was quaint. It had some charm to it. And it was done at a price point where lots of people could get into the market, but it fit the community. And my worry is just, we don't know what this is going to look like. And you don't know what the scene is, what the view is going to look like for people coming in, all the people who live on Merrill Lake and have property back there. It would be nice to know a little bit more about it, apart from just the idea. 300 units is a very big number on the size of this community. So that's all. I don't have any objection to the development. I just want to know what it looks like before we say yes.
Yes, Councillor Balsworth, go ahead.
Thank you. To Mayor Kelly's point, I would not have nearly the concerns I have about this one if it wasn't built on the tallest piece of property in the area, short of maybe a hill over near Port Sandfield. So it will tower over the river. It will tower over the town. I do agree with you that we have lots of different kinds of characters along the main road. And if this was along the Raymond, I don't think I'd have any concerns. The second thing I point out, just to back up the fact that we really don't know what we're approving, is that the renderings on page 225 actually looks like it's 4 floors on top of the garage. From those renderings, the rooftop patio looks more like a floor to me. So, I'm just saying we're not really quite sure what we're doing. I think if we're just going to have activity on the rooftop and we can't stop that, then fine. But I don't want the rooftop to look like the rooftop in this rendering, because it's actually got sliding doors going into some sort of room on the 5th floor or the 4th floor, depending on whether you include the garage or not.
Excuse me, are you on 223?
Yes, page 220.
Okay, thank you. Just so everybody can follow along. I will say that if you have rooftop activities, you're going to have to fence it off, and there's another 42 inches, which is 3'6" on top of that, because you can't just walk around on a roof without a fence. If you look at page 223, the bottom picture there where the roof is the higher, because that'd be an elevator shaft probably, and then fenced off more, so I could go with that, but not just an open rooftop. That's why I think Councillor Kent has a good point on seeing what we're voting on. Yes,
Thank you. A few minutes ago, David made a recommendation to limit that rooftop, and could you repeat that?
I think what I suggested, if that's the concern, we could amend the resolution to prohibit a rooftop terrace as part of the permission, if that's the concern.
Okay, is that what council wants? Like, I'm good. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. And through you, I just want to be clear that we're all talking the same things, and I'm looking at the renderings of the buildings, that the rooftop, which to me looks like a flat top, it's a rooftop. And
Well,
we
that's
don't
what-
want to have hold on 2 seconds. The second thing though, each of the units has its own terrace. And that's a permission like that. Like, I'm trying to separate these two things. Are we just saying we don't want people going up on that roof?
What?
But we're not saying that they can't have a terrace.
What I'm asking, and that's what I want to be very clear, that's why I'm going around. If you look at the rendering, the lower one on figure 3, where there's separate balconies, but there's a roof behind them. But if they go with a 52-foot flat roof and then put people on top of that, you're going another 3'6" with a fence around it.
So you're talking, just for, sorry, through you. The clarity I'm looking for is that's the flat part on top of the gray that you're talking about is the rooftop, not the actual unit terraces.
Not the actual balconies, because that I would figure that's 3 stories. But then if you put them up on top of the other part of that, that's what people are questioning. At least I'm definitely questioning at this point. Yes, Councillor. Yes, Mr. Sawyer.
Hi, thank you. I guess I think it might just suggest that maybe the applicant's agent could provide a little bit more clarity as to how much to read into these conceptual drawings. They were provided to show an example of what a back-to-back townhouse style multiple residential building is. And it's, I mean, it's very clear looking at this that it essentially, in accordance with how our zoning bylaw would define stories, that really it's showing 4 stories plus an underground parking structure as well underneath it. So, I mean, I think they are very conceptual. We're trying to, it seems like we're headed down the road of defining how many stories are included or permitted. And this sketch doesn't match what how these have been described textually by the applicant, and doesn't match what in the direction that we're heading to, or the applicant's agent has advised that they are to be described as, with 3 stories. So I think, yeah, I mean, just for consideration that maybe some additional clarity might help in helping us define how to limit the height. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else on this? I'm sorry, and that we've had the developer come in way too many times. It's to the table now at this point, but what I'm asking, and that I think Councillor Kent has a good thing. We haven't seen drawings. We don't know what it is. If I look at that, I don't have a problem with those ones there when the rooftop is not being used. If you take a flat roof and you put another section on there with people walking around, that's another 3.5 foot fence up there. And that's what I think is the problem as I see it. Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you, and through you. I think the problem, as I see it from over here, is I'm looking to staff here. I mean, there's a lot of silence in all this, and there's a lot of questions being asked. And yet, I'm going to go back to the beginning of this discussion. Staff is not recommending that we turn this down. In fact, it seems that the way they brought it to us, it's for our approval, obviously for comment. So I'm going to turn it back to staff again. And David, I guess if you're that top guy, why this feels so right to our staff when we're going to be here all day talking about these other questions that keep coming up about balconies, and the drawings clearly aren't to what I've heard in terms of 3 stories, 4 stories. So maybe it would be wise to hear from the developer and or I think staff. If I could hear from staff, that would be great.
Go ahead, Dave.
I think we might go a little off script here at risk, but I think, you know, what you're seeing is probably like the reason the province is prohibiting exterior design debates in an effort to move housing along. And I hate to say, to be blunt, you know, I've been here many years, a lot of very contentious public meetings where we get very specific and detailed over 1 foot here, 3 feet there. And almost never do I hear later, you know, that big fight over that 1 or 3 feet really moved the needle. We need to look at the forest for the trees. And we're really debating over several feet of height. I relayed staff's reasons for this. It's the topography, the slope, and how the zoning bylaw measures height. I think we've added a lot of restrictions that will prohibit the ability to have something that would be an eyesore to the community. I certainly wouldn't support that. But I think it's going to be built in. And, you know, I appreciate the desire about character and maintaining character, and that's an important piece of the official plan. And all for good design, but it's quite subjective. It's all in the eye of the beholder. What one design someone likes, someone else may not. And I think in my mind, I view the development as somewhat a win for Port Carling. I mean, we've heard time and time again, there is a housing crisis in Canada and in Ontario and in our township. And we have, you know, someone who's looking to develop what hopefully will be some attainable components, but at least some varied types of housing and new housing stock in our community. And I don't think, my personal opinion, that whether it's 5 additional feet or 7 additional feet or 3 additional feet is really going to tip any major character scales in Port Carling or result in, you know, really any significant negative impacts to neighboring property owners. I think we can, through the site plan process, ensure that they're as well set back from those neighbors as possible, that there's good tree cover. But I think the community also has to recognize that it is an urban setting, and you can't expect it to be, you know, forested and have hundreds of feet in between dwellings. That's not an efficient use of services. It's not what the province is telling the municipality is appropriate development. They're looking for more dense development, and certainly, I think this again is the reason why staff supported it. So. Sorry to be a little blunter forward, but those are my thoughts if, as I was asked.
Councillor Bosworth, did you have a follow-up? I thought your hand was up and then I think it's down now. No, okay. So any other comments? I read the resolution. All those in favor? That's carried. Whoops.
Sorry. So are there any further amendments?
I don't think there's any further amendments, is there? We got them all, okay?
So then we need to call the question regarding the main motion as amended. You don't have to read it again. You just need to
Okay,
call it.
so now we're gonna call the main motion as amended. We don't have to read it all, and that's basically just covering what we've already,
The two
passed.
motions that have been.
yeah. All those in favor? That's carried.
Thank you. Great.
And the next one is 8A, a report from the manager of planning on the comprehensive zoning bylaw. Terms of reference.
Just take a moment here to get my presentation queued up. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Edwards and members of committee. As you are aware, this month, District Council is considering approval of the township's new official plan, which has been adopted by Township Council. Under the Planning Act, the township is required to update its comprehensive zoning bylaw within 3 years of a new official plan coming into effect. With this objective in mind, I've prepared for committee's consideration a report outlining a recommended terms of reference to update and replace the township's comprehensive zoning bylaw with a community planning permit system. The focus of my presentation will be to assist understanding by highlighting certain aspects of a community planning permit system. Next slide, please. I will begin my presentation with a review of a flow chart which summarizes how a community planning permit system streamlines nearly all of the township's current planning application types into one process. I will provide a summary comparison of a comprehensive zoning bylaw versus a community planning permit system to assist understanding about how the two mechanisms differ. I will review example community planning permit classes. I will give some examples of reasons why now is a good time to implement a community planning permit system. And finally, I will be available to answer questions. Next slide, please. A traditional comprehensive zoning bylaw and a community planning permit system are the two mechanisms available under the Planning Act to implement planning policy. As you are aware, the township currently utilizes a comprehensive zoning bylaw to control land use in the township. Under the township's current framework, the planning division deals with three main types of planning applications. A zoning bylaw amendment application is typically submitted to gain an exemption from a zoning requirement, to rezone, or to add a new land use that is otherwise not permitted. A minor variance application is typically submitted to gain a variance from a zoning requirement, and an application for site plan approval is required in many instances to control certain matters on a property during development, such as vegetative buffers and lighting. Under this current framework, decision makers, timelines, appeal rights, and scope of authority to impose conditions vary by application type. Only after an applicant has gone through all of the necessary planning approvals can they proceed with applying for a building permit, and can that permit be issued. By contrast, a community planning permit system streamlines zoning bylaw amendment, minor variance, and site plan approval procedures into a one window process subject to a 45-day timeline, and wherein only the applicant can appeal the decision on the permit. There are currently two lower tier municipalities within the district municipality of Muskoka implementing a community planning permit system, being the town of Huntsville and the township of Lake of Bays. Next slide, please. How is a community planning permit system different from a comprehensive zoning bylaw? This slide summarizes key differences that I will touch on, as well as others. With respect to land use, a comprehensive zoning bylaw regulates the use of land and establishes permitted uses and development standards for the entire township. A community planning permit bylaw does the same. With respect to variations, a comprehensive zoning bylaw establishes exceptions, permitted uses, and development standards, which require a zoning bylaw amendment or minor variance approved by council or committee of adjustment to vary. A community planning permit bylaw also establishes exceptions, permitted uses, and development standards. A key difference, however, is that a community planning permit bylaw establishes discretionary uses that can occur on a property subject to specific criteria being met, and variations from development standards that can occur on a property subject to specific limits and specific criteria being met. These discretionary uses and variations can be considered by staff or by council or a committee of council and can be assigned to different classes of community planning permit. Importantly, I would emphasize that the establishment of a community planning permit system requires enhanced community and stakeholder consultation to determine, for example, what extent of a variation from a development standard can be acceptably considered within a given class of community planning permit. With respect to approvals, under the township's current framework, zoning bylaw amendment, minor variance, and site plan approvals are processed under separate and successive processes and timelines, whereas a community planning permit combines these application types into one process, as I've indicated. A community planning permit can include conditions of approval that cannot otherwise easily be addressed under the township's current framework, such as conditions related to the removal of trees or site alteration. Importantly, a key element of a community planning permit system is flexibility to delegate certain approvals to staff. Under the township's current framework, only site plan approvals are delegated to staff. A community planning permit bylaw can be tailored to establish that certain classes of community planning permit can be delegated to staff, to council, or a committee of council. And with respect to public consultation, under the township's current framework, a zoning bylaw amendment application requires a mandatory public meeting and a public notice. Minor variance applications are also subject to a mandatory public hearing and a public notice. There is no mandatory public meeting or hearing requirement prior to a decision on a community planning permit, although importantly, I would note that flexibility exists to incorporate these requirements into a community planning permit bylaw. For example, different levels of notification and a meeting can still occur with staff, applicants, and registered delegations, depending on the class of community planning permit being considered. With respect to legislated timelines, under the township's current framework, timelines for approval vary by application type up to 90 days in the case of a zoning bylaw amendment, whereas a complete community planning permit application is required to be approved within 45 days. Finally, with respect to appeal rights, under the township's current framework, appeal rights vary by application type, and it is noted that neighbors cannot appeal minor variance or site plan decisions. Only an applicant, as I've indicated, can appeal a decision on a community planning permit system. Next slide, please. As I have noted, a community planning permit can be processed within distinct classes, and within each class, the authority for approval can be delegated to staff, council, or a committee of council. This slide provides a breakdown of example classes of community planning permit. In example class 1, the application would meet all applicable community planning permit bylaw requirements, but would not be exempt from the requirement for a permit. There would be no notification or meeting, and approval would be delegated to staff. This would be like site plan approval under the township's current framework. In example class 2, the application would include a minor variation for one or more community planning permit bylaw requirements within specific limits and criteria established in the bylaw itself. And again, I would note and emphasize that establishing these limits and criteria is achieved through enhanced community and stakeholder consultation. Notification could require the postage of on-site signage and notification on the township's website, inviting written submissions. Referral of the application, and this is important, to a meeting of council or a committee of council could occur in the case of the receipt of a written objection from an abutting neighbor, for example, or where a site visit by staff reveals certain concerns that warrant a referral. This is like a minor variance combined with site plan approval under the township's current framework. In example class 3, the application would include more substantial variances that may not fall within the specific limits or criteria specified in the community planning permit bylaw. This could require the posting of on-site signage, notification on the township's website, mailing of a notice to area landowners, a meeting, and approval by council or a committee of council. This class would be like a zoning bylaw amendment combined with site plan approval under the township's current framework. And finally, a community planning permit bylaw amendment would be required to add a new land use that's otherwise not permitted or considered discretionary in the community planning permit bylaw. And this process would adhere to requirements stipulated under Section 34 of the Planning Act for a zoning bylaw amendment, including a public meeting. Next slide. Among the reasons why now is a good time to implement a community planning permit system in the township are recent legislative changes that the province has made to the Planning Act. Because of recent changes, neighbors can no longer appeal minor variance decisions, not unlike a community planning permit. Because of recent changes, all site plan approvals are now required to be delegated to staff, and not unlike certain classes of community planning permit, as I've indicated. Because of recent changes, the township is required to refund fees up to the full amount for zoning bylaw amendment and site plan approval applications if processed beyond timelines stipulated under the Planning Act. Staff understand that this would not be the case for a community planning permit. And finally, because of recent changes, the township cannot subject certain residential developments to site plan control, as we saw today, and cannot consider the exterior design, again, as we saw today, or the appearance of buildings through this process. Staff understand this would not be the case under a community planning permit system. And with that, I thank you for your time and I stand for questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sharp. Are there any questions? Councillor Zabit.
Thank you, and through you, I suppose I have two questions. First of all, do we, staff, and perhaps this is to David or to the CAO, does the planning department have the time and the energy and the resources to implement this rather large change to our current system, I guess is number one. And I guess number two, I would wonder, what are the costs going to be associated with this? Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Certainly don't want to mislead or sugarcoat it. It would be a very large project and a big initiative and a change in a process that I think staff and many others are very well accustomed to. But I have the utmost confidence in our staff. I think we have a great planning team, and I'm sure they can accommodate this. With respect to the financial impacts, I don't think, again, at the current time, there's any direct financial impacts as a result of the quote. It is essentially just a different process, a different regime, but it largely, in essence, will be, again, the same sort of similar outcomes. Applications can be made, and staff will review those, and council and staff will make certain recommendations and decisions. So I don't foresee any significant financial changes. But again, it's something that certainly have to take sort of day by day, and will certainly report to council should matters arise.
Yes, Gary.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So now Mr. Pink talked about a project. So this is doing the same thing, just a little differently. It's a different process or a different bylaw, but nonetheless, it's still a bylaw. There'll be some education for staff and members of the community, and the consulting community, I would argue, is actually ahead of the game if they're doing business in Huntsville or Lake Bays. I think Mr. Sharp spoke into the benefits of the system in terms of combining process. You heard from Mr. Pink earlier this afternoon, the ability to impose conditions. I think it'll again allows for streamlining. I think staff have made the recommendation of a pause, take a look at this for 30 days, have a think, and then we'll have another conversation about it in December. I think that's an appropriate approach given the nature of proposed change. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, CAOs, because you did comfort me a bit in your input. I have one question, probably to David. Or Bryce, I guess, Mr. Sharp, Mr. Sharp, you did say in your presentation that Lake of Bays and Huntsville have already adopted this. How long have they, in both cases, have they been using this? And have you had lessons learned with them? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Roberts, for your question. Through you, Chair Edwards. I believe Lake of Bays was one of the first municipalities to adopt a community planning permit system. In fact, when they adopted it, it was referred to as a development permit system. And I believe that goes back to 2007 or 2008. I would note that Lake of Bays only implements it at this time within their waterfront areas. And I believe Huntsville has recently adopted a community planning permit system. I believe it's been in full force and effect, certainly for a year, perhaps 2 years. And as part of my research with respect to the report that you have in front of me today, I did reach out to our counterparts or my colleagues and peers at Township of Huntsville just to gain an understanding of the process and you know what they think of it. It seems to be so far working well in the town of Huntsville. So yeah, no, I definitely did my research. Thank you.
Yes, Mayor Kelly.
Thank you. And through you, right from the get-go, I can tell you that I don't understand this nearly well enough to deal with it today. So I think the second suggestion of time is critical for me. I'm not sure 30 days is going to work, especially given the next 30 days that we're up against, but nevertheless, we'll get through it. The struggle I'm having, quite frankly, is, and I read the report carefully, I listened carefully, I don't necessarily understand the problem we're trying to fix. I don't see what the big impetus is to take on a project of this size and change the structure and the methodology by which we are making, I think, excellent decisions. Maybe we want to do it faster. I don't think you want to necessarily overhaul everything and toss it in order to achieve speed, when maybe some kind of a lean exercise or something could find efficiencies and take out waste. I really think that the planning effort that we put up right now through really capable people is doing an amazing job. And when I look at this, I think it feels a little, and I need to be educated, feels a little bit like we're trying to matrix all the decisions and preconceive or predetermine some of the outcomes. And I think that is not what we need more of. I need to understand better what it is we're trying to do, why we're trying to do it. And the last point, and I have been through exercises in other parts of my life where you streamline and cut down and you find that everybody who got you to where you are is bored at the end of the day, and their skills aren't being tested quite the way they were, and they may not hang around. I just don't want to put too much at risk before I understand the motivation and ultimately what we're trying to solve.
Thank you for that. Anyone else have a comment? Yes, I'll take Councillor Kent and then Councillor Burry. And then
I appreciate the comments from Mayor Kelly and support them. I was just going to say, I believe there's a time and a place for everything. And I think there's a lot going on with the township right now. And I think first priorities ought to be to do our bylaws and the bylaw review that we have to get done. At some point down the road, once we've digested this, we can rethink about it, but I don't think it's the right time to be pursuing this at this point in time. And I don't see the urgent need to change a process that's not overwhelmingly broken. And I actually would not like to see the timeline shortened. I like them the way they are. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Burry.
Thank you. Through you, I'm of the same mind. Lake of Bays is a far more homogeneous and like-minded waterfront than the township of Muskoka Lakes. So while it may work there, I am not convinced this will work in the township of Muskoka Lakes. I'd like to see our official plan get adopted. I'd like to see a comprehensive zoning bylaw get done and you know, maybe then maybe we can take a look at it. But we have a very, very affluent lakefront, folks that want to get what they want to get. And it's nowhere near as homogeneous as Lake of Bays. It's not comparing apples to apples.
Okay. Yes.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. And through you, I have a few points of questions of clarification from your report, if I could. The first is how I read this. It's how we implement our zoning bylaws. So we can either embark on this comprehensive zoning bylaw process, or we embark on this community permitting to the same goal. Like we have to do one or the other, right? After the OP has been confirmed, is that correct? So that's perhaps, is that why this is in front of us today, to start introducing the idea that we have options to choose?
Through you, Chair Edwards. Yes, thank you for your question. Certainly, under the Planning Act, as I had noted, we're required to update the township's comprehensive zoning bylaw within 3 years of adopting a new official plan. So we need to start that work in due course. And, you know, ultimately, it's a choice that we have, and this is an opportunity for, in my mind, continuous improvement, ways to move the bar forward and do things better, more efficiently. So it's taking one of two paths: either continue down the road of updating the comprehensive zoning bylaw and keeping the framework that we have in place, or alternatively, going down the road of creating a community planning permit system.
Okay, thank you. So the community permitting process it's a new process. Today we're getting introduced to it. I for sure need more time to try and understand the process itself, the implications, even though it's very nicely laid out. The question mark I had as I read it was largely centered around the public input piece. Like if there's ways for us to improve ourselves internally that make us more efficient, that's not really as much outward facing, then that's something that I think is a goal we've had and stated. Could you walk me through, as a member of the public, we know we have a highly engaged public interest, particularly in the waterside development. How does this work to ensure that the public still is very much engaged? And is it an improvement? I was having a hard time understanding that from the report.
So I think, thank you for your question through you, Chair Edwards. As you'll note in the terms of reference, it's very heavily, it front loads a lot of community and stakeholder engagement. And with respect to my presentation, you may recall the class 2 of community planning permit, wherein a permit could be issued by staff, or that approval for that type of permit could be delegated to staff to approve. And basically, the approval of that type of permit, it would need to fall within specific criteria and specific limits that the community would agree on or arrive at as part of that public consultation and stakeholder engagement that was front loaded as part of creating the bylaw itself. So for example, I've sat around, hundreds of committee of adjustment hearings, for example, where someone's asking for 1 foot of relief from a side yard setback. And it may be that the community decides that, a variance of 1 foot is something that could be delegated to staff. It wouldn't necessitate a full, public meeting and a full staff report and staff time to deal with that. It could be approved by staff. However, if a neighbor were to object, that's something that could be then elevated and become a class 3 community planning permit. And we would bring it to council for consideration and approval.
Thank you. I may have some more questions. Thank you.
Councillor Bosworth, and I believe Councillor Nishikawa had her hand up.
We're still on questions.
Thank you, Chair. Along the line of that the mayor suggested is what problems we are trying to fix. I think underneath that, it would be very interesting to view the pros and cons from 4 different communities. One is, what's the pro and con to our staff? what's the pro and con to the applicant? And I know there's one pro, and that is they're going to get their permits faster, because if we don't do it in 45 days, they're going to be able to appeal it. That doesn't necessarily mean they'll get it faster, but it does give them more power. What does it mean to us in council? And I think, as Councillor Mazin has mentioned, what does it mean to our community? And it seems to me that some of the cons on that, as I understand now, is they may not have as much right to be involved in the application. So, what problem are we trying to solve? And then under that, what are the pros and cons laid out in a little more detail? And then finally, let's have some sort of numerical analysis of, say, the applications for the last 12 to 18 months, of what they might have looked like and how they would have come through each category that Mr. Sharp has suggested.
Thank you. And then Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. Just a preamble. I've had experience, Jarek's gonna laugh, but I've had experience working through this program. And I'm a little bit questioning what the concerns are. I think the staff report was very clear about the benefits. But I do recognize, that we do have to deal with our bylaws as well. I don't see them competing against each other at this point, but I guess I'm not very clear of what council is concerned about. I didn't hear those concerns because those answers were actually in the staff report. I'm just saying, from a user perspective, it's not a bad system. I'm just saying, so.
That's fine. Everyone has a thing. Anyone other questions? Now, I heard that some people were not interested in it completely. Do we want to put it off and give it 30 days? I have two resolutions. One is to send it to council. The other is to bring it back to planning in 30 days. And there are a lot of questions, so Councillor Mazan.
Thank you, and through you, and I might be going back and forth a little bit, so I apologize in advance. I did like how Councillor Bosenworth had segmented the pros and cons to each stakeholder group. I think that actually is a very, very thoughtful way of us looking at this, because it would help, I think, address the why this is part of a recommendation coming forward. And I think also just adding in how this also helps us achieve our goals of protecting the environment, which we've heard loud and clear through our OP process, that by getting that in itself is the most powerful tool we have in our toolbox. So I might add that into the mix of just making sure we understand how that would work. As to the timing on this, as I mentioned, I feel like this is a fantastic introduction to this concept. I'm not comfortable as of yet, and I suspect that there's many people in the audience who are probably very interested in understanding this further. And I would probably like to see some timing that gives time for public engagement and thoughtful consideration of this, and not feel like we have to rush it in December necessarily. But I don't want to lose the thread of it. Like, if we have to do this anyways, we may as well continue the conversation. I'm not saying that we have to do either a comprehensive zoning bylaw or this other process regardless. So I don't personally see the need for the 30 days, but I kind of leave it up to the group. I'm more interested in making sure we get thoughtful.
Okay, I'll go to Mr. Sharp, and then I'll go to Mr. Councillor Zavitz, and then Councillor Kent.
Through you, Chair Edwards, I may look to Mr. Pink to assist me with this, but essentially we're at a crossroads, and ultimately we do need to agree on a terms of reference and agree on which path we're taking, so that I can prepare a request for proposal and get this process going. I just don't know what level of, ultimately I see that more as a council direction to staff on that. And I would look to Mr. Pink to sort of perhaps assist me with considerations related to community engagement at this point in the process? Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Well, I think Mr. Sharp essentially is correct. I mean, there's no, staff has suggested one of the alternate recommendations is to wait the 30 days. I wouldn't suggest we, council sits on it too much longer because as we know, once the official plan is approved, we have 1 year to really update the zoning bylaw and like to get moving. And we need to know from council at this stage, really, those are two alternate paths somewhat. I mean, again, as the CEO correctly pointed out, they are in essence a bylaw, just different, but it's a different terms of reference with respect to, you know, what the consultants would be doing because they have to incorporate the the policy component of it and a different framework as opposed to the zoning bylaw. So I think we need to know that at the onset. I think it certainly warrants some time to make the right decision. But there is some urgency to it in that, you know, really, I think the goal when we started this term from a staff perspective, would have noted in our orientation, was really the zoning bylaw review was the big project after the official plan of the last term. And the goal is to hopefully not run into the election when we're considering, you know, sort of nearing the completion as we somewhat did with the official plan. So still a lot of time, but time flies as we all know. So anyway, hopefully that helps answer the question. Sorry if I missed part of it, but certainly no concerns from staff with, again, taking the time to make the right decision and digesting. Certainly forward your questions or comments to staff, perhaps in the next 30 days, and we can try to respond to those when we return.
Yes, Councillor Zavitz. You're on mute.
Sorry. I certainly support the alternative recommendation for 30 days hence. And I guess I wonder, second part of that, budget is happening at the end of this month. I heard an RFP for this. Is that going to be sensitized to the budget for 2024? Is that in there?
Yes, go ahead.
Through the chair. Yes, it is included in your capital budget funds for 24 and 25 in the hopes that we can complete it in 2 years.
Are there any other questions? I'm sensing that people would like a 30-day pause on this. Is that right? I see enough around there. They'll do the pause. Yes.
5 minutes.
Yeah. We'll take 5
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just before we break to allow the clerk and Mr. Pink to craft a resolution, just want to seek clarification on Councillor Mazan's point and Councillor Bosenworth's point about the additional information based on the audiences. A report for next month in that regard to assist you with finalizing your considerations. I would think that's probably some good information for you to have.
Okay, thank you. So we'll just take a 5-minute break while they're I'd like to call the meeting back to order.
Which is. Well, that's been
Just waiting for the counselors.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. I've called the meeting back to order. Hello? Thank you. Now, this resolution will say in December. Is this what you want, or do you want us? I heard January. What's the straw poll on this? Yes,
I think I just said to.
I hear January. Anybody else?
January.
2, 3,
January.
4, 5, 6. Okay, so we'll just change that to January.
Just to clarify for committee, and certainly we can change it to January, but keep in mind it would come to planning committee in December and then nothing would be ratified for council in January.
No, we still
So if
want
you
that.
push this to planning committee in January, we won't have a decision really until February. And then if the decision is to stay with the status quo, we would have to come back with the new terms of reference, probably in April. You can sort of see how the time starts adding up here. So,
Okay.
sorry.
A new terms of reference for what?
But keep in mind, right now,
If
the
we trigger
terms of
that.
reference that's before you is for a community planning permit system. If the decision ultimately in January, then February is to not go with the community planning permit system, staff would have to return with the new terms of reference for a traditional zoning bylaw. Not saying that's overly difficult, just would have to come back then 30 days after that. And then not re-ratified by council for another 30 days after that. We probably will not be advertising for a consultant until, dare I say, almost close to this time next year. Just want to keep the overall timeline in mind and your term of council and the length of this process. So, but again, I certainly, if the desire is to take until January, just keep in mind there is that 30 days to council. So that does give you, in essence, what would be 60 days.
Yes, Councilor Mazin.
Okay, thank you. And through you, I'm not sure of the workload required to do a second terms of reference. So there's two could potentially be available to us to consider in January. That would potentially be an option that would help expedite the timing. The one part that I did try to touch upon is the importance of community engagement. And while I wasn't specific, my hope is that we do have key stakeholder groups that we've engaged with historically on issues of this magnitude or changes, that this might give us available time in advance to go through the different models and understand, so that if it were to come back in January, it gives everybody a bit more time to process, to think about this and put some thoughtful discussion into it. And the third part was, I think CAO Hammond was alluding to this as we closed off, was that Councillor Bosemorth and I had suggested that there could be some added information that's shared with the group in the form of here's the pros and cons of each that would help complement again our decision making. So, if that was all able to come back to us in January, then we have more information available to us, and we've had, hopefully staff has had a chance to perhaps do some outreach in advance of that.
I'll to CAO.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So I think Director Pink is just cautioning you that, a little bit further delay, you're pushing more towards the election. I know Mr. Sharp mentioned legislated timeframes, and I have to be honest with you, having been in the planning field for some time previously, those legislated timeframes, there's not really what I would call planning police out there that would take away your birthday if you miss timeframes, because it's not happened to me yet. That said, I'm hearing from you, you want that a little bit of additional time. You appear to be comfortable with respect to that crowding of the timeframes, and staff are in your hands here.
Actually, I'm going to Councillor Bosemorth first, and then I will go to you. He had his hand up. Can't hear you, Rob. You're on mute.
Thank you. Standard button didn't work. I would like to see this come back in December. I'm listening very carefully to Director Pink. This council wants to get our bylaws in place, whether it's through a CPP or a standard bylaw procedure. We have a very thorough report in front of us. I think if Mr. Sharp could come back with some samples and a little more discussion to help our understanding. I think if council wants to put their questions into Mr. Sharp so he can have them answered ahead of time, it'd be part of his presentation. We should do that sooner rather than later, like in the next week while it's still fresh in our mind. But I don't think we should be pushing this out another 2 months, because as Mr. Pink says, it just pushes farther and farther. And we've got our CAO and Director Pink, suggesting, let's be careful on that. Let's move ahead. Our community's already engaged. I think we've already received some mail and input on this, and they've got another month to do it. And then we could be back in front of council in January with 2 terms of reference, one with a CPP and one with a standard, and we could get it done by then, perhaps. That's what I would suggest.
Okay, Councillor Kent.
When you say terms of reference, is that for a consultant for who we're going to hire? Okay, but I like his idea. We can certainly bring 2 terms of references. So this is not the terms of reference is just a contract to hire somebody to help us. Is that what we're talking about? Or what is it? Because I apologize for my inexperience again.
Yes, it's essentially, it's an outline of what would be included in the request for proposals. So an outline of the project and what we're looking for the consultant to do for us with respect to review the zoning bylaw. We can, in the interest of time, bring back 2 terms of reference if that's the wish. Perhaps not the most efficient, but we can do that. Again, as the CEO mentioned, staff's in your hands. I just merely wanted to point out that if it's bumped to December, again, you still have an ability to debate it at council in January. So there still is the 60 days. Moving it to January would be really 90 days until February. That's all. We're in your hands. Provide the date and we can amend the resolution.
Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. I fully support doing this for December. I can hear loud and clear the concern that is expressed by our staff. And I think we need to do this sooner and later so we can start the other big piece of work that has to happen. So I'm supporting December.
Okay. All right. Moved by Mayor Kelly, second by Councillor Mazan. Be it resolved that Planning Committee recommended a decision respecting the terms of reference for an update to the Township Comprehensive Zoning Bylaw attached Appendix 1 to Report Plan 2023-131 be referred to the regular Planning Committee meeting of December 23rd. Any questions or comments? All those in favor? That's carried.
I think the planning meeting isn't December 23rd.
13A, and that is report from the Chief Municipal Bylaw Officer, Mr. Kennedy.
Good afternoon, committee. This report is on the back of a public delegation that happened on the July 13th, 2023 Planning Committee. It was made by Mr. Rick Pollard in regards to feeding wildlife within the township. During that delegation, there was a request to either create a bylaw in regards to feeding wildlife or come up with some sort of solution within this township, and committee directed staff to come back with possibilities of what can happen and a recommendation on how to go forward with this topic. After some extensive research into feeding wildlife, I can say that in the district of Muskoka, there are no municipalities at this point that regulate the feeding of wildlife. However, I can say that Bracebridge at this point has just finished public consultation on the topic. It was brought to their committee probably around the same time in July or August, and was sent back for further public comments. And I believe it should be coming back, I would assume, in the next couple months. But again, at this time, there is no district or municipal bylaw in this area that is subject to feeding wildlife. So that being said, staff have recommended that at this point, we do not move forward with any creation of any regulations in regards to feeding wildlife within the township. However, based on the comments and the information that we gathered, we felt it appropriate that we create a webpage with some educational material with respect to the negative impacts on feeding wildlife that bylaw division staff and the communications advisor can work together on and bring forward for consideration in committee at a future date. And I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions or comments? Seeing none? Who? Oh, sorry. Go ahead. I'll go to Council Roberts first and then Council Bosworth.
Thank you. It's just not question, it's a comment. In that report, staff mentioned a few other sites that have the best way for the care and feeding of wild animals. So I would like to see that link on our website,
Okay,
if possible.
And Councillor Bosworth.
Quick question is, once we have that up on our website, does that give our bylaw officers the power to go and speak to people in the community, even though we don't have a bylaw, and maybe suggest that they follow these guidelines on how to feed wildlife? Because that would, perhaps inform the neighbor who was the neighbor from the person who came to see us in July. We could go and talk to him and suggest that he stop doing it. And we have no grounds to force him to, but at least we could inform him. Is that something the bylaw officers would do?
Okay, Mr. Kennedy, I don't believe so.
Through the chair, at this point, without any regulations, I don't think it's a necessary or appropriate use of staff time to be going out to residents when there really is nothing that we have to back us if we ask someone to do something. So no.
Yes, Councillor Kent.
I was gonna say, I thought might be useful information and maybe not a redo for us if we could get some input or summary of what Bracebridge found, and perhaps even see if they do create a bylaw, what they create. It would be a follow-up item, but it might be nice to see what the input was when they did their community research. I'm not suggesting we do it ourselves. I'm suggesting we could tack on what they have done, and perhaps we might learn and may take a second step at this down the road if we choose.
Yeah, sorry, through the chair, just to answer that. At this point, I don't believe the information is public just yet. So I would assume, like I said, in the next couple months, Bracebridge may come back with a report after the public consultation has now finished. And once that happens, then we can certainly review and take a look.
Okay, any other comments? Any other questions? Moved by Councillor Burry, second by Councillor Roberts. Be it resolved, committee recommend to council that an educational approach as outlined in report number bylaw 2023-18 be taken to address the feeding of wildlife. Any questions or comments? All those in favor? That's carried. Okay. Getting closer. We're going down to 14A.
Yep.
And that is change of conditions for the conservancy. Who is going to address that? And then we'll go to Scott Young. Okay.
Steve Bonner. Pardon me.
Okay, thank you, Chair Edwards. The next application to be heard is consent application B/92 to 98/21 ML in the name of Muskoka Conservancy. The subject property is known municipally. The subject property doesn't have a municipally signed address. I would direct committee's attention to the submitted consent sketch starting on page 719 of the agenda package, or it's on the screen in front of you. In December 2021, Council approved consent applications B/92 to 98/21 ML for 6 lot additions, which were severances A, B, C, D, E, F, and G, and the creation of 1 new lot, which was severed lot C. In addition to a retained lot, the retained lot was subject to conditions of consent. On November 2nd, 2023, the applicant's agent submitted a letter outlining that some of the conditions of consent have not yet been fulfilled at this time. There is a 2-year deadline to fulfill conditions, and that is coming up in December of this year. The letter also requests that an added condition of consent be made. The amending condition of consent and circulating the amended notice of decision will have the effect of resetting the 2-year timeline established under the Planning Act, and would in essence allow more time in fulfilling conditions prior to a lapse of the approval. I've prepared a detailed planning report for committee's consideration. Staff have recommended that the provisional approval of consent application B/92 to 98/21 ML Muskoka Conservancy be amended by adding the following condition: that a consent agreement be entered into with the township pursuant to section 5126 of the Planning Act and registered on title, wherein the owner agrees to submit a zoning bylaw amendment to clarify permitted uses on the retained lot within 5 years of the approval of an amended notice of decision. I have no further comments, but I'm happy to assist with any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now, do we have Mr. Young, or we also have Mr. Fawner? But I think Mr. Young would be first, would he not? Is Mr. Young on the phone there?
Yes.
Hi.
There he is.
Thanks, everybody, for having us here today. You've had a long, tough slog, and I hope this will be a relatively quick decision for you without need for a whole lot of discussion. Very straightforward, what we're asking for. Stephen Fawner, a member of our board of directors, joins me here. I see he's in the meeting. He might be able to add more color to the application, given his planning background, but it's pretty straightforward. We've been challenged in a few ways to meet the conditions of the consents. We're working diligently towards that outcome. We think that we can still get it done before the deadline, really hope that we can. But out of all concern, we'd really like to get the extension in case something unforeseen comes up. Also, in the future, it would be nice to be able to perhaps establish some trails on the property where we could lead some expert guided hikes, which is something we do as regular part of our programming on several of our properties. And we think this one would be a good candidate for that. So that's something that we could address with the municipality in years to come if you approve this motion. The main condition that we're working to meet is the district requirement for an entrance permit, which is a little more complicated than we thought it would be initially. We're working towards an outcome there, communicating with the district on a daily basis, trying to figure that out. But as it stands, that's pretty much the nuts and bolts of it right there. So maybe I would ask Stephen if you have anything to add.
Well, first of all, we need your name, address, and postal code, please, Scott.
Apologies, Scott. Do you want my personal or work here?
And where you want any notices sent?
Okay, it's Scott Young, Executive Director, Muskoka Conservancy, 47 Quebec Street, Bracebridge, Ontario, P1L 285.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Fawner?
Yes, thank you. I just have a few very brief comments to make. I've certainly been conversing with staff. Stephen Fawner, director of one of the directors of Muskoka Conservancy, 109 Meadow Heights Drive, Bracebridge, Ontario, P1L184. Just want to make a couple of comments just in terms of the process, the way I see it. Staff can correct me if I'm wrong. We are asking that we enter into a consent agreement with the municipality. That would happen shortly after council gives its approval. And as Scott had mentioned, we may not even need it, but we're doing this in the abundance of caution. Once that is done, the consent agreement signed, then we will be able to fulfill conditions if we've run over the 2 years. We would then be submitting to the municipality in the future a zoning bylaw amendment to clarify the permitted uses on the retained lands because they are zoned environmental protection EP1. So we would clarify those uses through that exemption. The one thing, a couple of things I just want to add. I'm not sure if there would be any consideration by the municipality. I did talk to David Pink about this, about not requiring the fees or foregoing the fees or giving a reduction in the fees. If that could be considered, Muskoka Conservancy is a nonprofit organization. And the last thing I wanted to note, in your agenda, please check the resolution because the numbers you've actually missed B93/21/ML. And we certainly would not want to miss one of these applications and find out that it lapses. So please check the resolution to make sure it includes all of the numbers that are subject to the application. Those numbers being 92 all the way through continuously to 98/21. So hopefully that's on your resolution. So those are all my comments and certainly here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions from the members? Seeing none? Yes, oh,
Well, I think, are we going to do a straw about whether we're willing to waive the fees? It was asked.
How much are the fees?
by Mr. Sharp.
Thank you, Chair Edwards. Perhaps some clarification from Mr. Fawner with respect to what fees he's requesting be waived. I believe there's a fee for amending the conditions and a fee for the zoning bylaw amendment.
If I could, through the chair, I believe, yeah, there's a fee for amending the conditions. I believe there's also a fee for a consent agreement as well, and that's all that I'm mentioning at this point in time.
We do a straw poll on that. How many would like to either give the fees, return them or have a reduced fee? Any comments on that? Half? I hear half. Anybody else? Yeah. Councillor Bosworth and then Councillor Roberts.
Yeah, I do want to make sure I'm not precedent setting. What have we done in the past on situations like this? Have we ever waived these fees before?
Thank you. Through you, the consent agreement fee is $350. Typically, with respect to precedent setting, it's usually again an issue of some error by the municipality in order to waive fees. However, in this case, certainly, in my mind, a political decision whether you wish to waive the fees, given it's a nonprofit organization. Just look for direction from the council.
Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to, I think this is somewhat like the conversation we had the other day about groups that give back to the community in a significant way. And this group has proven that they do give back, and they do give back in a significant way. So I think we should waive the fees.
Okay, any other comments on that? How many would like to waive the, sorry, would you like to say?
Essentially the same, but I am actually happy with half because I
yeah.
realize that there is staff
Yes, some work, yeah.
involvement. But, and I know we have done that in the
Yeah,
past.
exactly. Anyone else? Do we hear half? Do we hear going once, going twice? Councillor Bosworth.
Just want to clarify.
Thank you. I would suggest we give them the whole amount. We're not talking a lot of money here to us, and it is a nonprofit organization. They probably use every few $100s.
So I'll vote on this, all the fees, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, okay.
What
Put that in there too.
No, well, I'm just typing, what are the specific fees called?
It's for the consent agreement.
No, don't write on there for the consent. So the motion will be amended to waive the consent agreement fees. Is that adequate?
So this is a separate motion, isn't it?
Yeah.
So I'll read this motion and then we'll do the other one.
Oh, I thought you voted.
No, I haven't read this
I'm
one.
sorry.
I think Bryce has got some.
So we get the second motion after this one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just check with Bryce.
Yeah. Yes, Bryce.
Thank you, Chair Edwards. Yeah, just to clarify, as per Mr. Fawner, he had requested a refund of fee for the consent agreement and for the change to the condition of provisional consent. So in total, that's $650.
Okay, thank you.
Additional consent?
Yeah, it's a change to condition of provisional consent or.
Okay, I'm going to read the original motion. The resolution reads, moved by Councillor Roberts, second by Councillor Kent. Be it resolved, the planning committee recommend to Township Council that provisional approval of consent application P92 to all the way through to P98 21 ML Muskoka Conservancy Roll 4-9-004 be amended with the following condition, being the following condition: one, that is consent agreement be entered into with the township pursuant to section 5120 of the Planning Act and registered on title, wherein the owner agrees to submit a zoning bylaw amendment to clarify permitted uses on the retained lot within 5 years of the approval of the amended notice of decision. Any questions or comments?
Okay, now we need to amend them. And then we vote on them both together.
Okay, so now, moved by Councillor Roberts, second by Councillor Kent. Be it resolved that the motion to be amended to waive the consent agreement and charge of conditional provisional consent fees. That's the first motion. Any questions or comments on that? All those in favor? And the second motion I've read.
To
Any
approve the main
questions?
motion as
As amended. Okay. And put on what you like. And the next one is under new business 15A, discussion reach short-term.
Thank you very much for your indulgence. Appreciate it.
You're welcome, Mr. Young. Good luck. Who's handling the short-term rental?
that's Councillor Roberts. This is an item Councillor Roberts wanted to
Okay,
address.
Councillor Roberts, you wanted this addressed?
Yes, thank you. And I'd ask the deputy clerk, if she is able to bring up the page from last month's planning meeting that I would like to have displayed. Thank you. Thank you. So prior to bringing this topic to committee today, I discussed with two other committee members the ideas that I would like to suggest. So I have two short-term rental regulations path forward suggestions that I would like to ask of staff to consider. First one being is that last month we did talk about the next step, which is the public meeting. We talked about possible dates, but we really did not really nail it down to a specific month. So my suggestion or ask to staff, would that be possible for us to hold the public meeting on the short-term rental licensing within the first 2 weeks of February 2024?
Thank you. Through you, I think we're at discretion of committee. If you wish to indicate the preferred date of the public meeting, I think we can accommodate that. I'd look to Mr. Kennedy to confirm, but I believe the changes we need to make to the draft licensing bylaw as a result of last month's discussion are relatively straightforward for staff to complete. So I think it was mainly a decision around the holiday season and getting notices in the mail and providing the community enough time to formulate their thoughts. If committee wishes to advise of a preferred date, we can certainly aim for that.
I'll go to Mr. Kennedy and then to Councilor Nishikawa.
Through the chair, just if committee wishes to do it within the first 2 weeks of February, I would just point out that I would not be available on the 7th due to prior court dates that have already been scheduled. So I wouldn't be able to attend both at the same time.
Okay. Councilor Nishikawa.
Well, I guess it is that bigger picture that I'm always recognizing March and April, or excuse me, February, March with the shortened month as well as the holiday in March. We get a little bit challenged. I find having people attend things in whatever way, and the same with March because of March break, right? And so whatever that looks like, I don't know, but I don't have dates in front of me that is available for staff, so I'm just not sure.
Okay. Anyone else have any suggestions? Oh, we can't see the members on the screen. There we go. Any questions or comments from the members? I hear February. I don't know if that's feasible. Who else would like to chime in on this? Yes, Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you. Through you, I guess I would go to staff on it. I mean, nobody pulled this out of our council meeting yesterday in terms of, that bigger picture. So to suggest to staff when a date would be, I kind of don't understand that. I'm wondering if staff could, if David could share with us what his thoughts were on February, March, whatever. I mean, that's how it was left. Thank you.
Thank you. Through you. I think, as I said at last month's meeting, my preference is just a personal preference. I don't prefer, especially larger, more contentious topics, to send out notices over the holiday season. We tend to get some negative feedback from that when people get that in the mail, either a week before or after Christmas. So I think, as I indicated, we likely could circulate shortly after Christmas. It would then be more a question of how much time do you think the community should have before that public meeting. Under the Planning Act, it's a minimum of typical 20 days for a public meeting. For, again, larger matters, we certainly try to add to that quite considerably. So early January to mid-February is probably, I would suggest, around the earliest I would recommend. I think you want to probably provide at least a month's time for the community. So to be honest, I think staff would have been aiming probably late February to sometime to mid-March. If you want to select a date in early to mid-February, happy to accommodate that.
Anything else? Yeah, not March break, definitely. Councillor Bosworth.
I know the community is, there's segments of the community are very interested in seeing this bylaw in place as soon as possible, assuming we plan to do it. But I also think we probably need more than 20 days of consultation, so maybe you could push the consultation to the end of February. I'm just a little sensitive to having a short consultation period in the middle of winter. I think we should probably stretch it out a little bit. I think March break is normally around the middle of March, so you could add a few more weeks of consultation.
You're not saying March break when everybody's away?
I was suggesting before March break.
Okay, thank you. That's okay. Just want to be clear. So what do committee, what do you think? I think we should let staff make that decision and that. Councillor Roberts?
Thank you. I'm okay with staff making that decision. I did hear Mr. Pink saying that, that he could do the first couple of weeks of February. If a committee thinks we could move it into the latter part of February, I'm okay with that. Just that we need to start drawing a line in the sand, given that we've been working on this since 2016 and we're near the end. And so that's my point. So I agree, just leave it with staff and to their best discretion.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, so there is a second part to this this here. And I have talked to Mr. Pink about it, but at the last month's meeting, there was a discussion about at the October planning meeting about the details pertaining to the actual completion or implementation of, if approved, the short-term regulations. And it was sort of indicated that it could be complete, it could delay into 2025. Subsequent to the meeting, I did receive a number of phone calls from constituents expressing their shock and concerned that we would be not having something of any type in place in 2024, and their impression was that, hey, it appears that we're there, we got it done, so why the delay? And I do know, from my experience, there is still, if we did approve the short-term licensing, which is a tool, just a tool, there are a lot of processes underneath that and forms and etc. that need to be done. So what I'm asking of staff right now is that I think it would be very beneficial to both committee and to the public, most definitely, if staff could provide further details on the last step, which the slide was up there, which was communication and implementation. There were 3 deliverables there. You don't have to pull it back up, Deputy Clerk, but there were 3 deliverables under that one, and they were dedicated web page, application forms, and web mapping. So what I would like to suggest to staff is it would really help for our conversations with the public if they could provide details, further details on the breakdowns of the major deliverables within that last step and a potential or possible timeline for those deliverables. And I wouldn't want to see all the timeline happen all at once. I just see, can we have it spread out so that we could look at each component separately, just so we can get better educated on exactly what has to happen. So that's directed to staff.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to our CAO, Mr. Hannon.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So if Councillor Roberts is looking for details on implementation, I would have a little bit of concern about time or staff expending time and resources on that, because we haven't passed a bylaw. So you haven't given direction as to which side of the bylaw you fall on, a bylaw or a regulatory system or none. And so to expend time and resources on an implementation system in the absence of that, I would say is a little premature. Mr. Pink may want to speak to this as well. Thanks.
Okay, Mr. Pink.
Thank you. I think all I would add that may help a little bit. If the concern is that that step is what is pushing it into 2025, I don't know if that's entirely accurate. As we just talked about, we will have a public meeting likely sometime in mid to late February. And I suspect or anticipate that we're likely to have a lot of comments from the community. It's a fairly divisive issue. There's a lot of interested ratepayers on both sides of the debate. And I think what staff would normally do after that is digest those comments and come back to council with a thorough report addressing those themes that you heard and addressing those comments. And that's not going to happen overnight. That will take some time. And not to say that that would cause a delay. I think council will have a lengthy and healthy debate on it after that fact as well. As you said, we've been debating this since 2016, I believe. And I don't think it's going to end shortly after that public meeting. I think that debate will continue. So if you just look at those timelines, I don't think you could possibly be considering a new bylaw before really, early summer at the absolute best. So you're not going to be able to get a whole system, a licensing regime in place in that time. It's not past the bylaw and done. You would then have to, again, set it up. But I think just getting to the bylaw, you likely will not be able to do until, again, sort of mid next year. So I think a more realistic time frame, and again, I try not to sort of mislead and perhaps too blunt sometimes in my comments, but I think you're looking at 2025 really before we can get this up and running, because obviously it's not going to have much effect if we get up and running in the fall next year. It's for the summer months is the main impact. So I hope that helps clarify. I would agree with the CEO's comments. We're happy in future reports when we get to that stage outline, some of those details in greater detail as to implementation and the communication strategy, but we're not quite there yet. Haven't passed anything. So
supplemental, please, Chair.
Just a second, I'm going to go to Councillor Zavich, then back to Councillor Roberts.
Thank you. Through you, I think staff has spoken, common sense prevails. I mean, there are people listening here. This is not a foregone conclusion. And, I do appreciate the words of the CAO and of Mr. Pink. There are a lot of people that are going to come out and talk about this and express their concerns and their interest and their solutions and their recommendations. And we're getting inundated with that. So for us to presuppose that staff could go ahead and start to think about, we're almost there. I think we're at a place, but we are certainly not there. And I would certainly challenge anyone on this council to not have their ears wide open for the next 5 to 7 months and be influenced by the right information more than anything. So thank you for that.
Okay, thank you. Can I speak now, Chair?
Yes, now go ahead.
Okay, I did not give a date, and I fully support what the CAO said. You can't do this work until if we do approve the licensing. So all I'm asking at some point shortly after approval, and if it's not approved, we wouldn't have to worry about that more detail to help us explain to constituents. After the licensing, if it is approved, that we get that information so we can help manage the expectations of our constituents. Because I'm hearing from the one side that really want this in. And I guess I publicly ask for anyone who doesn't want to have this in, it may be dangerous, but just to call me and talk about it so I can fully understand all sides. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments on this? We'll go on to the next then. That will be Land Tribunal status updates. Is there anything on that? Seeing none? Oh, go ahead.
And I think, again, this is just a link for councillors if you have any questions on matters, but one that you may not notice because it won't be there any longer. You may recall an application to DMA building lot on Brackenridge Road that was met with some concern that staff indicated the lot was too small to be serviced. And on that basis, I believe council turned it down. That application was appealed. However, the appeal was just withdrawn yesterday. So council's decision is final. Yes.
Okay. Staff delegated approvals, any? No? Okay, correspondence, there's nothing there. No closed session. I think I have a motion that everyone's looking for. Moved by Councillor Bosworth, second by Councillor Zavich. Be it resolved that planning committee being adjourned at 4:06 PM. And the next regular planning committee meeting will be held on Thursday, December 14th, 2023 at 9 AM via an electronical or in-person hybrid format from the council chambers, municipal offices in Port Carling, Ontario. Any questions or comments? All those in favor? That's carried.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards, for sitting in for me.
Feel better.
Much-
You're welcome.
Very much
Yeah.
appreciated.
Get better.